rumbling going on in there, sounds like.
KHD3, KXP.
Go ahead there, KC3 FHM.
Hey, how you doing?
Just wondering how it's being heard here running barefoot with the static crashes out there. Good evening there, it's Kevin here, and I'm in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania there.
Good evening to you. This is Tom. KHD3, KXP. I'm about 20 miles off of Lake Erie, 6 miles off the Ohio state line, and about 40 miles south and west of Erie, Pennsylvania. You're 9 over. You're in the static crashes.
Oh, okay. Very good there. Yeah, very good on the location there. So you're out there in the corner of the state then, pretty much there. Yeah, not much here. Just listening along here on the... Just figured I'd see if anybody came on here tonight. Seems like there's quite a bit of static crashes. And we're getting snow here now, so... You guys, you getting snow out there?
Absolutely, and it's headed your way. And you are Kevin, and if you will, give me your call sign again.
Yeah, it's KC3 FHM. KC3 Foxtrot Hotel Mike. Yeah, sometimes it's, you know, the FHM is a little, it's, you know, the way the alphabet goes there, it sounds a little funny. Back to you.
Yeah, and now when I get a minute here, I'll type you into the log.
Yeah, and I have you down as KC3, you're KXP.
Kilo, X-ray Bravo.
Okay, very good there. And if you mentioned, I didn't remember now, what's your name there?
Tom, tired old man.
Well, you were all going to get to be a tired old man one day, I guess. So, yeah, so it's snowing pretty heavy out that way then in Erie, near there. What's the name of your town again there, out of curiosity?
I'm in a small burg called Conneautville. I'm just north of Conneaut Lake.
Oh, okay. Okay. And are you you're like in between Route 80 and Erie then, like in between there somewhere then. I would imagine. Back to you.
Yeah. Interstate 80 is Mercer County. I'm up here in Crawford County. And like I say, I'm about 20 miles off Lake Erie and about 6 miles off the Ohio state line.
Oh, okay, yeah, very good there. Yeah, I've driven out there before, so quite familiar there. Yeah, I have a dipole antenna over here. It's a full-size half-wave dipole, and running on an FT1000 out here, and just running barefoot right now there. So, well, at least I'm being heard there. This has got a stingy S meter on it. You're coming in here really well.
Roger. I'm running a ICOM 7600, and I'm also running about 1,000 watts at you. I'm running an AL80B, and my antenna is a cross dipole. Each leg of it is, let me think, 140 feet. So it's 280 feet each way. And I'm feeding it with world-famous Toad Harbor open feed line.
Oh, okay, very good there. Yeah, you're coming in here real strong. pretty much, you may as well say, an armchair copy over here. Definitely tell you're running 1,000 watts there. So, yeah, very good on the antenna there. Mine's 125 on each side there, so 250 total. And that's what I have over here. But I'm feeding it with coax, and I got 100 feet of RG213. It's about 45. The feed point's about 45 feet up in a tree, and then it comes down the tree, of course, and then into the house. So it's 100 feet long of that, and makes it so. That's good, and that's what we have over here for coax and antenna over here, and. Yeah, I usually run the coax. It gets windy up here. I'm on the top of a mountain, and it gets windy up here, and I think that ladder line, I'd be chasing it around. So, yeah, that's about it over here. And so the snow's heading my way. So, is it snowing pretty heavy out there? Back to you, Tom?
Yeah, it's probably, I'm going to say about an inch an hour here.
Oh, well, that's really nice to know. Sometimes it helps out when you get on the radio at night. Every now and then you can get lucky like there. You're out that way, you're out west, so I know what's coming at me then. So, yeah, very good there. That sometimes comes in handy there. And, well, very good on that AL80B there. Sounds great. You know, they're a real nice little amp to have because they're single tree 500, and you know, it's all the more power you need to get out with. You know, and because it's, you know, if propagation is not there, you could have 2,000 watts and, you know, just not get around. So yeah, it's. Well, if I need an amp over here, I actually have the Kenwood TL922. I'm sure you're familiar with those probably. And it has two of those 3500s in it. And yeah, I actually have three of these amps sitting over here. And I got one for parts. And yeah, I got plenty of amplifiers. I keep one on an 80-meter station, and I keep one on the 160-meter station in case I need it, you know. And it's getting summertime, so gonna start needing that amp, I guess, soon, I guess. That static crashes tonight's pretty good. I'm surprised Ray's not in here yet. So, well, back to you there, Tom. KC3... KXB, KC3, FHM. Back to you, Tom.
Okay, Kevin. Yeah, I'm surprised Ray isn't in here either. For a microphone, I'm using a RE320, and I was going to ask you what you're running, and I'll tell you what, your audio sounds good.
Well, I'm going to tell you, everybody does say I have good audio, and I'm only running the factory hand mic with this rig. So usually they the mics up pretty good with their rigs usually. Just like the ICOM, they sound so good. Those 7300s sound so good with their hand mics. But yeah, that's what I'm running over here. I do have the desk mic model, and but it just sounds about the same. I think most people say. And so they're the only two mics that I have here. It's the desk mic that's for it, and the hand mic. And so I got quite a few of these radios sitting on the bench. I got a couple of them 990s too, and I have an 80-meter station with a 990 that sits on it. And then so I got tuners too. But don't really need the tuners much. Right now I'm running straight into the antenna. No tuner at all. It's pretty resonant. Well, it's not quite too resonant here, but I can run without the tuner here. But 1916, 1905, it's really flat there. So it's a single band 160. So I use it just for getting on 160 here. But yeah, that's what I have here. I'm just using the hand mic, and yeah, I don't know. These older rigs, they're quite simple, pretty much. You know, you get not too many adjustments on them here. You know, so yeah, the 7600 there, that's more advanced radio for sure. Well, back to you here, Tom.
Roger. I'm running a tuner. I'm running a Telstar AT5K, and you're talking older rigs. I also have a 761 ICOM and also a Kenwood 440 SAT.
Oh, okay there. Yeah, very good. I know what the 440 is there, and but I'm not too familiar with the 761 there. But yeah, well, I just get on the air and just do some rag chewing. So this is pretty much all I really need here. In the FT1000 here, and then I have a couple of 990s. I have another 1000. That one's a D model. This one here is was just 1,000 when I got it, but I put the I got the bandpass. I got that filter I bought pretty reasonable. I got the sub filter thing that goes in the back there, so I put that in. And so it'll dual receive also. Not that I use it, but I found it and it was reasonable, so I bought it and put it in and installed it. It only takes a couple minutes to put them in. And so, yeah, that's about it there. I figure if one of these rigs breaks down, I'll have parts for the other. But, yeah, well, very good there, Tom. Yeah, I'm just watching the snow coming down over here. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm in the basement here in the ham shack, and the last 15 years I spent in Florida, and I'll tell you, I'm having a heck of a time getting used to this. And I was born and raised up here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too keen with Florida there. My mom has a house down there, and I go down to vacation once in a while, and you go down there in June, July, I don't know, man, I just can't take the heat. It's, you know, you got to sit in the air-conditioned house all day pretty much. Some days it gets pretty bad down there, and it's humid, you know, that's the other thing, you know. It's not far from the ocean and the humidity, and so I just like it better up here. So I don't mind the change of seasons. I burn firewood and stuff, so it's I get my exercise out there. In the gym out there in the wood bin. You know what I'm saying? That's my exercise room. The big pile of firewood out there in the splitter. So, but I don't mind doing it. Keeps the blood flowing, I figure. So it's no, I know it's I don't mind it up here though. I don't know. I think I'll just stay up here in this area here. Always been here, so not too bad. Back to you, Tom.
Yeah, I held on to the farm up here, and I would leave the third week of September to go to Florida, and I would come back the second week in May. So I'd half of May, June, July, August, and 3 weeks in September. I would be up here, and the rest of the time I was down there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, my mom, she goes down there. She leaves in October and goes down for the winter. She comes back in the summer. But, yeah, she goes down there when it's winter time. And the cold's getting a little, I don't know. I guess she's not caring for the cold too much anymore. So, and well, they're getting up there in age. So, Yeah, they go on down there, and so for the summer, for the winter, then they come back up, and yeah, it's too hot for me down there. Yeah, I was actually working on a Kenwood amplifier here anyway. I was working on this. I have one that I bought, and it needed work done to it, so I working on the down here on the tube sockets and stuff, and putting some new capacitors on there, and then yeah, I'm gonna ground it off, and some of these guys, they come factory with the grid coils, but I'm gonna put I have 1 amp that I put some fuses in it right to ground, and then with some capacitors also, and it seems to work pretty good. I put a couple of 1 amp fuses there, and then I don't know. It that way, if it's tube shorted, the fuse would go. So, but yeah, they work pretty good that way. I don't know. The other one works really good. So I'm setting this one up that way. This one here had somebody had it, and they blew the grid coils out of it, and or whatever happened to it, bad tube, whatever, and. So I'm thinking around this other Kenwood amp here now. I should have it up and running soon. I'm going to try it out. So come on the radio and let you know how it works. Back to you, Tom.
Did you change the tubes?
No. When I got this amp, I bought it off of eBay. The guy he sold it. It was no tubes in it, and the grid coils were burned out of it, and then there was a couple other odds and ends. He had it wired for 110, and he had a wire. I don't know why he changed some of the wires, and he soldered them on the wrong spot. And the primary coil for the filament coil there, transformer, it wasn't working because it had 2 hots going to it, so it wasn't really going to do anything. So I think he thought something was wrong with it. Maybe, I don't know. But I switched the wires all around, and I've gone through the schematic on it, and now it looks like everything's up to snuff. I checked the band switch out, all good. That looks good. Vacuumed it all out, and so checked all the wiring. I went through with the schematic, running through it, just like I did the last one I was working on. That one I sits on the bench now. I've been running that one for the past year and a half, and so not a flaw, not a skip out of it in a year and a half. Ever since I put it all back together, and I just recently put 2 Pentalab tubes in it. I pulled a set of used tubes out of that, and I'm going to throw them in this other amp over here. And I put.
Sorry, I asked that question.
Tubes in there since it was working so well, and so I'm going to put some tubes in it anyway. I don't know where the old tubes were, what he did with them, but I always check to make sure they're good before I use them. Back to you, Tom.
Yeah, say hi to Ray. Ray's in there.
I'm the one who asked the question about the tubes. I'm sorry I asked it. All I asked is, are you going to change the tubes? And he went on for 10 minutes telling me stuff I didn't need to know. If the grid coils are burned, like you say they are, then the tubes are bad. Okay, that's that simple. So that's what I wanted to know, if you were going to replace the tubes. So, okay, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ray, it's Kevin here in the Pocono Mountains. I was tinkering on another amplifier I found, and it's getting new tubes in it. Yeah, well, good used tubes anyway. I have a set of good used ones here that, so that's what I'm putting in there. Yeah, Tom was in here, and he says snow's on its way, so I guess we got some... He said it's snowing pretty heavy coming this way, so I was kind of glad I bumped into him there. He's out west, and I'm on the east side here, so at least I know what's coming at me here. So, all right then, KC3FHM.
Hey down, Ray, KA3SPK.
Yeah, hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just heard you there. Thought I'd say hello. I heard Tom in there, too. How you doing, Tom?
Doing good, Chris. I'll be with you in a minute. You caught me hunting and pecking. I'm logging in.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Ray, did you get on the air today and do some of that contest thing?
Are you crazy?
That's why I said it. Actually, I did. I got on 20 meters. It's amazing. The people that came out of the woodwork. I worked nothing but different countries, and probably, 20 meters, probably about 65 different countries.
You guys continue on. I'm doing a project here. I need 2 hands. I'll be back. N1 DVO.
No problem. I'll be hanging out. KA3SVK.
I'm back. I got Kevin logged in. So what'd you do today, Chris?
Oh, okay. So is your amplifier on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you sound a little bit down. I heard you. I was a little bit stronger. I guess the band's not quite in there yet. But anyway, I was actually on 20 meters and 40 meters today working the contest. And I worked nothing but, I'd say 95% of it was all countries. And 5% was maybe stateside. Maybe not even that.
Yeah, I heard you saying there. It sounds like you had a heck of a good contact list.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. I'm going to do QSL cards on all these and send them out through the Bureau because I have that many of them. I could make up a nice package to go to the Bureau and go ahead and mail them out for a cheap price.
Roger.
Yeah, I think I forgot how many it is. You can probably get out about, for only a few bucks, I should say a few bucks, probably $5 you could probably send out about 40 QSL cards through the Bureau to different countries, but it takes forever to get them back, but with a little bit of luck, some people will send you some stuff back. I usually get about 30% back out of all of them I send out.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to have to start. I'm going to have to get some cards.
Yeah, I just want you to know, I heard you the other day on the OMISNet, but you checked out before I could get to you.
What net was that, Chris?
About a week ago, the OMISNet, OMISS.
Okay, the old MISNet, yeah. Man, I talked to Washington State, I talked to Missoula, Missouri, and I talked to Killfish, Wyoming.
Yeah, I know. They'll send you cards, too. I've gotten quite a few cards from these guys. And I was going to I was going to catch you, but I saw that you checked out, and I didn't have a chance to get you, and I was going to give you my number.
They get in there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after we're done with the frequency.
Yeah. I try and get into when I can, but they're a bunch of good guys. I try and get in there and make some good contacts. And every so often, there's actually some DX contacts in there. There's one guy that's a regular. I forgot. I can't remember where he's from. I have to look it up, but he gets in there all the time. He's worked me once. I've probably made 2 countries in that thing. That's about it, though.
Hey, Tom, I have a question for you about a hearing aid.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Okay, these are Beltone hearing aids. Ever since I got them, they were my mother's. They work fine. I leave them open so the battery doesn't go bad. I just close both of them. Neither one of them work. When you close them, they go bing, 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 bing. I guess that alerts you they're working. Well, neither one works after I close them. So I checked the battery voltage on the ones that were in there, and they're checking out at 1.27 volts. I have a whole bunch of new batteries. They're only 1 volt. They're 1 volt. So I put the 127 batteries back in, and the things won't work. Is there some way you have to turn these on that I don't know about? Is there a little switch on them or something? It's just when you close them, it goes on, right?
That's how mine work.
Well, when you put the battery in, does the flat side go up?
Yeah, the flat side is up, and the foil that you take that off, and let the battery sit at least a minute or 2. So evidently they say that it'll last longer if you do that, and then you put them in. And where yours dings, mine says Adro.
But the thing I don't understand is the used batteries are 1.27. I checked all the new ones that I haven't used yet, and they're only 1 volt.
That doesn't sound right.
They need to be exposed to air for a certain amount of time before the voltage comes up. WG2E.
Well, I mean air. They're exposed to air in the plastic container, aren't they?
Isn't there a little something you peel off the battery that opens up a hole?
I don't know if it opens up a hole, but yeah, there is something you have to peel off. But okay, so Tom, when you put the batteries in, do you happen to know what the battery voltage is supposed to be?
Give me a minute. I'll step upstairs and see. I got a new card up there. Last trip to Sam's Club, I bought a card of them.
Right. Well, same thing here. 312s, right?
Yeah, I have to look. Mine may be 311s.
Hey, Ray, are those rechargeables or alkaline?
No, they're rechargeables. No, excuse me. I take that back. No, they're alkaline.
They should be about 1.4, 1.5 volts.
Well, all the brand new ones are only checking at 1 volt, 1.00. The used ones were 1.27, but they're not working. I don't get it.
I don't know. All I know, they should be if they're alkalines, they should be 1.5 volts. If they're rechargeables, they could be 1 volt and they get charged up. They could go up to about 1.3 or 1.4 volts when they're charged up. But if they're regular alkalines, it should be at least 1.5 volts. Or if they're much below that, they're really not good.
When my brother-in-law changes his, he always tells me, let me know when 5 minutes is up. They have to be exposed to air for 5 minutes before I can put them in.
They got to breathe.
WG2E, good evening all.
Hello, hello. Hey, Ray, if you can buy the lithium batteries, they're the best for it.
Hey, Ray, are they zinc air hearing aid batteries? Because those are the ones that need to be exposed to air.
Hey, Ray.
He can't hear you.
Yeah, the batteries are dead on his hearing aid.
Yeah, what I have is size 312. Remove tab and wait 1 minute before use. Batteries may explode if recharged or disposed of in fire. Keep away from children. Seek medical advice if swallowed. If swallowed, call the doctor at 202. That's the morgue.
Well, I'm just reading this here. It says, zinc air hearing aid batteries use air as an energy source. Tab seals the air holes on the battery. Once the tab is removed, it takes approximately 2 minutes before the hearing aid battery is activated, charged.
And it's 1.45 volts.
I always thought that they were just 1.5. They're 1.45.
Yeah, that's what these are that I have.
Well, that's pretty close.
The thing I don't understand is why won't these things work? If you don't use them for a while, I got a controller, a bell tone controller. Does that turn the things on and off?
I don't know. Yours are totally different than what I have.
What's the model number?
Of what?
I don't know, the hearing aids or something. Maybe I could Google it for you.
Okay, let me see. There is no model number, but there's this thing here. It's got 2 Duracell batteries in it. God only knows how old they are. They're little tiny ones. Christ, I never saw little tiny. Let me see if these check out. They're 4A batteries.
They're almost like watch batteries. Who's that station out there?
N3
Arma. What was it? N3 or what?
Radio Mexico Radio.
I had your call sign wrong.
Really?
Yep. I wrote it down wrong a long time ago.
Well, what did you think I was?
I don't know, but it wasn't right. Because I tried looking it up and it was wrong. It didn't get anything. That's why I asked.
I hate when I'm not right.
I can't even read my own writing. It's pretty pathetic.
It's snowing like a banshee out there.
Yeah, we got a little bit of snow here, but it didn't even accumulate to an inch.
Yeah, we're at about 3 inches right now, and it's still coming down pretty good.
Who's this, Mark?
It is.
Did you copyright your name?
Should I have?
Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about.
Copy. Are you going conspiratorial with it?
I'm really surprised someone else knows about this. I'm very surprised. Generally, I won't even talk about it.
Are you talking
All right,
about
let's
my
talk about it.
straw man, my corporate identity?
Oh, yeah. Oh, with the UCC?
Okay, yeah, we can't talk about this anymore.
No, let's talk about it.
Nah, I'm done because I'll get cranked up and leave.
Up again.
Yeah, I'll get cranked up and leave.
Ray will get all bent out of shape. I had a
Well, let's
dream.
just talk about taxes.
I thought I was human.
Mark, we'll talk about taxes. How about that?
No, I'm just a sovereign citizen.
They'll hunt you down. You can't
You're right.
buy an ointment. They're so close to getting what they want.
I was going to run sovereign tags on my car, but from what I'm reading, they says pick your fights.
Huh. Yeah, you really want to get abused right away, don't you?
Yeah, the tallest nail gets pounded down
I've been
first.
messing with this stuff for about the last 15 years or so.
Well, you go into it deep enough, and you find out the hard way who's really in charge.
There's a KC2 VMS out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
About here, you N1SAG here.
How you doing, Dave?
Yeah, KC2 VMS. The name here is Dave. Call is N1SAG. Over. Okay, I'm over here in New Hartford, Connecticut. Over. Okay, Yonkers, New York, right next to the Yonkers Raceway. Okay, we got you there now. We got a little static. There's a couple other, 3-4 other stations in here. But hello to you down there in Yonkers, New York. KC2, Victor, Mike, Sierra, N1SAG, over. Roger. All right, 73's Yonkers, N1SAG, clear. Back in a sec.
Yeah, I can just about tell there's a voice there, and that's about it.
Yeah, in Maryland it's about the same way.
All right, boys and girls, here's your opportunity to pick on Mark.
Mark, N1SAG, Joe was looking for you earlier this afternoon, over.
Joe was looking for me?
Yeah, he said something about your microphone sounded different.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask.
Well, don't ask me, because I'm no judge of tone or audio, over.
Are we clear and understandable?
I am. I'm not complaining. I don't have any issues with your microphone.
Do we sound wide and boomy and awesome like Ray does?
Let's not go there.
KT2D, evening, fellas.
Yeah, I didn't think so. That's all right, be on it.
There's somebody else coming in, another weak station. Go ahead.
It's Kilo Tango 2 Delta. It's just checking out here.
I think it's KT2 Delta, over.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
it's
let him
on to
finish
Latham, New
transmitting
York.
first.
Yeah, just checking things out here.
Well, you hear him better, Mark?
The Kilo 2 Delta station, go ahead and make a full transmission again, please.
Yeah, hi Mark, it's Bob, Kilo Tango 2 Delta in Latham. I just had to do something with my antenna line. I think I got to fix a little bit better. It looks like it's not putting out much, but thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, Paul, you're about 7 S units here. The noise floor is about 5. I heard you said where you were. I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Albany, New York area. Name's Bob. Bravo Oscar Bravo, and Kilo Tango 2 Delta is the call.
Oh, K2 DP. Okay, very good. Bob, you said it was Bravo Oscar Bravo. Are you sure that wasn't backwards?
Yeah, I think I got it backwards.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever you're doing there, you probably need to do it a little bit more.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
I got you about an S7, S8 over here in Damascus, Maryland. What's your call again?
It's Kilo Tango 2 Delta, over.
Kilo 2 Tango Delta?
No, the way. Kilo Tango 2 Delta. It's a 2x1.
Okay, I had it right the first time I don't know. I blurred it up. All right, sounding good over here.
Yeah, I probably screwed it up.
Yeah, you you guys are both coming in about a S9 or more, peeking over that where I am, but thanks. And yeah, the call is a tongue twister. I should have never changed, but I thought I would do a lot of CW contesting, so there you go.
Well, I wish I could give you more, but right now I've got snow fade. What do you think? Do you think you'll buy that one?
Snow fade. Different microphone?
Oh, someone noticed.
It sounds fine.
I do have a different microphone.
It sounds fine.
I heard it played back to me on 80 meters. I didn't like the way it sounded. I've actually got some high-end equalization on it.
Oh, you put some on it?
Yes. Would you like to hear it flat?
If you want to hear something bad, I'll turn my flat and you'll say, oh my God, turn it off.
Okay, here it is flat.
Yeah, that probably sounds like mine.
So I put the high boost on it. So I wasn't thrilled with the element, but anyway, it is the first try.
Well, how many more do you have?
Okay, hold on, let me do a count here.
Whiskey 1, November, Juliet, Charlie.
Looks like about 7 or 8 of them yet to go. The Whiskey 1, Juliet, Charlie, go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's Whiskey 1, November, Juliet, Charlie. Name's Nick. You guys have good signals here into Sutton, Mass. Over.
Good evening, Nick. You're a little light. The noise is really bad tonight. A lot of lightning interference. Atmospherics are high. We are hearing you. I've got you at about 7 units as well here in near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. The name's Mark.
Okay, very good, Mark. Yeah, you're about 12 over. I have the same lot of noise in the background and such, but I was able to hear that Kilo Tango 2 and Kilo Charlie 2 without too much difficulty, so I figured I would just pop in quickly. Not going to hold it, but wanted to say hello.
Oh, yeah, sure. You don't have to run off or anything. Everybody is welcome to come in here and make a transmission and be part of the group. Nobody's shied away unless Ray's here.
Yeah, I tend to get Ray a little riled up, so. But no, I got to start doing bedtime with the kiddos, so I got to shut down here anyway.
Yeah, okay, very good. Yep, you're doing pretty good. You came up to 9 on that one.
W1NJT, KA3SPK.
KA3 Sierra Bravo Kilo. It's Whiskey 1 November Juliet Charlie. Go ahead.
I just wanted to get your name, and the call is KA3SPK, Kilo Alpha 3 Sierra Victor Kilo. What's the name?
Sierra Victor Kilo. Okay, it's November Juliet Charlie on this end, and the name's Nick. November India Charlie Kilo. Over.
Okay, Nick. Sounds good. You're 5758 here in Damascus, Maryland.
Oh, very good. Yeah, you're a little bit over S9 here. Solid copy.
Well, you're doing fine over here. I got a copy on you.
Your dad's name isn't Eric, is it?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Negative.
Is your dad's name Eric? Over.
Negative.
Okay. And I thought, yeah, you're somebody different.
Well, you have a bone to pick with somebody?
Oh, no, I don't have any enemies on the radio.
Yeah, I wonder what would happen if I said yes.
Oh, I would have just said, oh, Nick, what's going on, brother? How you been?
You could say that anyway. Yeah, no, my dad's name's Tom, and he's not a ham or anything.
And why not?
I don't know, he's an accountant. I'm an engineer.
Oh, okay. Well, that settles that.
Anyway, I might be back later, but enjoy the snow. W1NJC.
It's snowing out there so hard you can't hardly see across the lawn.
Hey, Mark, you got a good signal tonight. I got you right about plus 10. That's the highest I've seen.
Oh, wow. Plus 10. That means like 10 dB over 9?
Yep.
Holy cow. I wonder what would happen if I put a ground stake out there and ran my shield on my coax to it.
I have no idea.
Yeah, both you guys are about S9 peaking 10 over here in Albany, and November Juliet Charlie was about an S9, so you both have good signals, well above any noise or anything. KT 2D.
Yeah, the band must be poo-poo, yeah. I'm going to blame it on the snow.
What'd you call it? Snow fade?
Snow fade, yes, exactly.
Hey, Mark, did you say you have snow on the ground right now?
Yes, we got about 3 inches, almost 4.
Okay, yeah, it hasn't started here yet, but we're supposed to get between, I think, by morning, supposed to be around between 3 and 5.
It's really coming down out there hard now. I was kind of pitching around earlier this afternoon, but now it's full bore, hard on. It's the kind of snow that sticks to everything, so it's going to possibly, bring trees down and all kind of stuff like that. So we might end up having an issue with power later. Won't that be fun?
Yeah, it's one of those late year snows. I think I heard a Kilo Charlie 3 or Kilo 3 station trying to get in. Kilo Charlie 3 Bike India Oscar, did you say Jim? No, sorry, Thorpe, PA? Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania? Okay, gotcha. All right. Now I got you. You're very readable. Weak but readable, and must be snow fade there as well. Name is Bob, Bravo Oscar Bravo in Albany, New York area. KT 2D. Kilo Tango 2 Delta's the call here.
Yeah, what happened to Ray and all them?
Playing with his hearing aid.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Before I went down to grab a cup of tea there. Yeah, he was saying something about that.
I don't know what's up with that. I mean, if it has 1.2 volts, it should still work.
Oh, you're booming in here, Chris. The signal really came up wicked there.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't they supposed to be 3-volt batteries?
The signal gets really booming.
Aren't they supposed to be 3-volt batteries?
No, not if they're alkaline. If they're lithium, they'll be 3-volt batteries. If they're alkalines, they'll be 1.5 or 1.45. So it all depends what goes in them. But I've never seen 1-volt batteries. I mean, if the meter's reading them correctly, I'd say if they're 1 volt, they're done.
Oh, yeah, but normally hearing aids, they got a lithium ion in them, don't they?
The cheaper ones don't. The good ones do.
Oh, well, this is Ray we're talking about, so,
Yeah, but he didn't buy them. His mom did.
Well, he didn't learn to be cheap by anybody else.
I'm not going there.
Yeah.
Let's talk about taxes.
Oh, here we go.
Did you do your taxes?
No comment. I know he's going to get me on that comment. I just know it. I feel it coming.
What? No, you say no comment all night long. They tore me a new one this year.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Usually you get back, and as an average, if I added up all I paid in versus how much more I had to pay in, it was 17% more on federal.
They like you.
What happened to me this year, too. I really took it in the shorts.
Oh, yeah. They got a lot of people. In Montgomery County, one of the teachers, I should say teachers, is my my son-in-law's sister. She ended up paying $7,000 in taxes on federal that she never had to pay before.
Yep, that's about where I was. I broke even. I paid maybe $500 last year. Not much change this year. I owe them $7,000. I'm just floored.
They changed the taxes, and I'd like to know what the hell they changed.
Well, that's what happens when you use somebody else's money and you don't do it constitutionally.
Wait till Cortez gets in there. She's going to take 100% of it.
Yeah, in my case, it was limitations on state income tax and property taxes, and they may have changed the schedule as well. So it all just added up and eliminated some probably deductions. So it all just conspired and it didn't come out well.
Yeah, I think quite a few people are going to get hit hard in the pocketbook this year.
Yeah, I thought I had it all covered and everything, and then just whammo. It was just, I was just floored.
Yep. Everybody that I know so far, personally in the family and relatives, they all had to pay in a lot more than they ever did before. So it's not like one person got anything back. They all had to pay in.
Well, once Bernie gets in there, you won't have to worry about paying those kind of taxes anymore.
No, heck, what are you talking about? I'll get money.
That's right. You'll get a brand new 5,000.
I'll give me a non with a solid-state amplifier and a auto tuner. Oh my God, I'll be in heaven.
You know where we're going to get the money to pay for it?
The wall.
No, we're going to get it from Venezuela.
Hey, I figured out what's going on.
Come on, tell us all about it.
Okay, all the batteries that were in there won't run the hearing aid, and the voltage measures okay. But I took a brand new battery, the brand new batteries, which measure 1 volt. I peeled the tape off them. Don't ask me how this can happen, but then they measure like 1.34 volts, and I put the new battery in, and it works fine. The 3 old batteries, the voltage is, it's 1.33 volts, and it won't work with that. I don't understand it, but that's what's going on.
Yeah, Ray, on the card there, it says 1.45.
Right, well, I don't know. These are, I measured them. I measured the brand new ones. They measure 1 volt. Now, somebody said you have to peel the tape off them. I don't see what the tape has to do with it, but I peeled the tape off of them, and then they measure like 1.34 volts, and that battery's working. I don't get it. It makes no sense at all.
Are they zinc air batteries, Ray?
And wait 1 minute before use.
Ray, are they zinc air batteries?
I don't think so. It doesn't say what they are. They don't tell you anything. It's just a Duracell number 312. That's it. So look them up. It's a Duracell 312 battery, and it doesn't tell you anything about them.
It says for best performance, store at room temperature. Remove battery tab and wait 60 seconds before inserting into your hearing aid. Do not carry loose in your pockets.
Yeah, right. Well, all I know is the hearing aids were working fine, both of them, and I opened the battery case up on them, and I closed it, and neither one works with the old batteries, but it works with the new batteries, which makes no sense at all. Tom, do you have the little handheld thing there? It's got a plus minus on it, and it's about 3 inches by 1.5 inches, and it's got a little TV screen on it. Takes two triple 4A batteries.
No, what's that do?
Well, it must adjust the hearing aids. You can adjust the tone and the stuff from this, but those batteries are bad too.
Hey, Ray?
Yeah.
Those are air-activated batteries.
Air-activated batteries. So what does that mean?
It's zinc air.
The voltage goes up eventually.
They need air. They need to breathe.
Okay, well, that must have something to do with when you peel the tab off, and then they must go bad without the tab on them.
Ta-da!
The spec sheet says they should be 1.45 volts.
Yeah, they're not measuring that high, but maybe it will now. I don't get it. So in other words, once you peel the tab off the battery's going to go bad no matter what.
Yeah, eventually, but that's what's called a zinc air battery.
Okay, well, anyway, we sort of got to the bottom of it. Thank you all.
And we learned something tonight. I didn't even know that.
No, I didn't know it either.
I didn't know we could get snow phase.
All kind of good stuff on here tonight.
You didn't know about snow fade?
No, but I know now.
Oh, my God. How long have you had your radio privileges?
Apparently not long enough.
You're not getting that mixed up with some snowflake, right?
Well, it comes from snowflakes.
Hey, the spec sheet says it has a shelf life of 4 years unactivated.
Oh, so that's the trick. So once you pull the tape off them, they go away.
Well, they start. That's when you start using them.
Okay, well, that's definitely true. I just don't understand why they go bad. Now, let's say I took a new one out and I put it in, it works. Can I put the tape back on and save it?
No.
Yeah, okay, that's that. Okay, very good.
It's kind of like a grenade, Ray. Once you pull the pin, you better get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it at Toad Harbor headquarters.
And 3 or more.
Boy, and everybody says nobody knows anything on the Toad Harbor net. How do you like that?
Yeah. They don't know anything. They know something.
Between all of us, we can probably figure things out. WG2E.
Hey, Ray, we haven't heard Scott for a while.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't heard Scott, and Kenny down there was supposed to come in and answer my Volkswagen question, and that was 3 weeks ago, and we haven't heard anything from him either. So there's some issues going on here we don't know about.
I hope I have my Vox set accordingly.
Yeah, when you first came in with that new microphone, you sounded pretty damn good, and then you changed something.
Okay, so it poops now?
Now you're all muffly and bassy. What did you do? When you first came in and you sounded good, and then you'd changed something and it got very bassy or muffly.
Okay, then I probably had too much gain.
Okay, now you changed it back now, right?
Oh, yes.
Now come up on the audio. More audio.
More audio? You want me more audio?
Yeah, your signal's not very good tonight. It's like 10 over died. It's not like you normally are.
Well, it's snow fade, Ray. We're going to have snow fade tonight.
Oh, snow fade, you know what? This band works the best when there's 18 inches of snow out there.
A non-believer.
Thank you.
That radio doesn't have punchy audio. It just doesn't sound right.
It never did, Ray.
Well, I'm one of these people who pretty much believe that any radio can sound pretty damn good if you get the right mic on it.
Well, then I obviously don't have the right mic on it then, do I?
Well, that could very well be, but it also could be because it's not set up right. We never really went through a setup with you.
Oh, you set me up all right.
No, that's not true. We never did. Now that radio has that's a Kenwood 2000, right?
Yes.
So that has the processor in, processor out deal like this one does?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I had to ask that because I never had a Kenwood before. Not a modern Kenwood. So now I know how the processor works. Where's your processor in, processor out set? Do you know?
It's set on high boost right now.
Well, put it back to normal.
Okay, it's all off.
Okay, now let me hear some more.
1, 2, 3. The quick brown frog jumped over the lazy sheep.
Okay, now, where's the processor's on, correct?
I'm sorry. No, there is no processing on at the moment. My audio has zero processing. It is straight from the microphone flat.
Okay, well, why would you do that, knowing full well what you hear and hear all the time when people come in with processors, and, you have to force the guy to turn it on, and he always sounds 1,000 times better?
Because I don't believe in processors, Ray.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say that has a brain, okay? I'm giving you credit for having a brain. Some of these old-timers that come in here have been, brainwashed, essentially, to say what you just said. I can't believe you would say it. Have you ever heard a radio that comes in here that doesn't sound 10 times better with processing?
The only reason you should need to use a processor, Ray, is if you're contesting.
Listen, please don't make me call you a bad name, okay? You can't possibly be. Are you trying to be funny, or are you serious? You hear these radios in here all the time without processing, and you can actually say that?
Ray, you're too much fun.
Okay, Tom, come in. Tom, say something.
Okay. What do you want me to say? I'm kind of cackling here a little bit.
Turn your processor off.
Wait a minute, I have to look and see where it's at.
Okay, I forgot how to turn it off on that radio, but I think it's fairly simple. It's just a button, isn't it?
All right, there we put some processing on for you.
Well, hang on 1 second. Did you figure out how to turn your processor on and off, Tom?
No, give me a minute. I'm looking at it.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a button on that radio, isn't it? Isn't there like a button, processor on off? It's been so long since I had one. I got one sitting behind me, but it's not lit up, so.
And 2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Good evening.
Okay, so anyway, Kenwoods are very, very difficult radios to set up. They always have been. This new one here, of course, I understand how it works, but it's still a very complicated radio to set up. Now, is your bandwidth as wide as it can be, Mark?
Yes, my bandwidth is as wide as it will go, and it's 3 kc.
Okay, so now is the processor on?
The processor is on.
Okay, it didn't make any improvement, that's for sure. So, where's the input and the output set?
All right, I turned the processor back off.
Well, that's not the name of the game here. Where's the input and the output set on the processor?
That's a good question.
Well, figure out how to get into the menu so you can see the input and the output, because that's one thing you gotta do.
Are you looking for processor levels?
I really don't know on that radio because I never owned one. On this radio, it just says processor in, processor out. Here, hang on, I'm bringing it up right now. Yeah, it's got level. It's got input and output. That's it. Input and output.
Well, whatever you put in, you're going to get out.
Well, no, because the input and the output level change. You know what I'm saying? You have to change them.
Mine doesn't have that. Mine only has processor in.
You sure? Because my 480 had in and out.
This isn't a 480, it's a 2000, and I'm at 30 on my processor out of, I think it's 100.
Okay, bring it up to 50.
Okay, there's 50.
Okay. Now, the bandwidth's as wide as you can get it, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I lied to you.
Okay, well, do whatever you have to do, because you sounded pretty good when you first came in here, and I was working on the hearing aid, so I never got around to it.
Okay, well then I'm going to go back to, hold on. All right, there's the way I had it when I came in here the first time.
Okay, that's an improvement. What did you do?
I just put the high boost on.
Okay, we'll leave the high boost on. Now, is the processor on or off?
The processor is off.
Okay, now, let's hear it. Say Mary had a little lamb with it off, and Mary had a little lamb with it on.
A quick brown fox jumped over the lazy sheep.
Did he hit it on the end?
That was off. Now, here is on. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy goat.
You do it the way I tell you to do it, okay? Do Mary had a little lamb, because I'm pretty sure when you're turning your processor on, your signal drops way off, and since we all know that can't happen, there's something not set up right. So say Mary had a little lamb with it off, and then as fast as you can, Mary had a little lamb with it on.
All right, Mary had a little clam with it off, and Mary had a little clam with it on.
Okay, I'm noticing no difference at all. So, the processor is set at 30?
No, I think, hold on a minute. It was at 10.
And it goes to 100, right?
Let me check that, hold on. That is correct.
And it's set at 10, so bring it up to 30.
Okay, there it is at 30.
Okay, now let me hear it on and off.
All right, this is with it on, this is with it on. So this is with it off, this is with it off.
Not seeing much difference. Bring it up to 50.
Okay, this is with it on, this is with it on. And this is with it off, this is with it off.
Okay, now we're seeing a little difference. Bring it up to 70.
No significant difference. Good evening, Chris. That's with it off. This is off. This is off. And this is on. This is on. This is on.
Jesus, I'm just not seeing any, Let me hear. Please do Mary Had a Little Lamb, because that's what my ears are set up for. So I want you to turn it off and say Mary Had a Little Lamb, and then click it on and say it again, exactly the same way.
Mary had a little clam off. Mary had a little clam on.
Are you sure you're not doing it backwards? Because it was better the first time, and the signal was better the first time. You sure you're doing it right?
There's only one way you can do it, Ray.
Well, then that's an old archaic radio that, the Yaesus used to do that. That FTD, that 100, whatever, FT100D. That did the same thing. You turned the processor, you had 100 watts out, you turned the processor on, it dropped to 30 watts. They all did it. They were screwed up from the factory, and maybe that radio's the same. I can understand why you're saying what you say about the processor, because it doesn't work on that radio. But I'm still kind of skeptical that you're doing something wrong. Those radios are tricky.
Okay, Ray, we spent enough time on this now. Go ahead. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Mark. Good evening, Ray, and everybody else who's there. This is Cam from the Rainbow Bunker in sunny Ithaca. The snow's coming down. Just came back from pizza and a glass of red wine. What more can a guy ask for?
If it was good pizza, not much.
It was good pizza.
There's nothing like a good piece of pizza.
Is it snowing there, Chris?
It's snowing, but it's not much of a deal.
Oh, trust me, it will be shortly. It's coming your way in a big way.
Well, we didn't have to do anything. We didn't have to dust the car off or anything. It was just... the roads are a little bit, starting to accumulate, but nothing much. It looks like it's going to be a nice night.
For now.
Good evening, Chris. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Good evening.
I should take a picture of this out here and send you a postcard.
It's that deep.
Well, it's not a matter of deep. It's just the kind of snow that clings and hangs onto everything, and the trees are starting to bow down pretty big now.
Oh, nice and wet. Well, I'm getting a call here to watch a good movie.
Uh-oh.
And so you guys can't compete with a movie. I'm sorry to say, but I wanted to say good evening and hope everybody's had a great weekend.
Well, thanks for checking in, Chris. We'll catch you in the morning then.
Okay. See you later, Chris.
Okay, Ray. Yeah, tomorrow morning is my wife's day at the gym and not mine. So we'll see everybody at 60 meters. Have a great evening from KM to KM.
Yep. Have a good night, Chris.
Hey, Mark, look at page 40 of your manual. That gives you the instructions for the processor in and the processor out.
There's the problem right there. That's it, because there's an in and an out, and you have to set them both.
All right, I got to go to page 40. Hold on.
How could a guy as smart as you not even know how to use a radio he's had for 10 years?
Leave him alone.
I just don't care.
Well, but you do understand your audio's terrible. You have the worst audio in here, and there's probably no reason for it except you just never had it set up right.
Well, I don't have to hear it.
Believe me, it's very difficult to copy at times.
All right, hold on. I'm taking the manual out.
This audio's fine. It's just experiencing a little snow fade.
Yeah. Between the antenna fade and the steel wire and the snow fade, pretty soon we won't be able to hear him at all.
It's snow fade.
You know, if you listened a little bit and you got some wire and you got your processor and the right mic on there, pretty soon you're going to be the number one toad.
No, I won't, Ray. You know why?
No, don't say no. That's not true. You may very well be the number one toad. You never know.
I'll never be the number one toad. Do you know why?
You don't want to be?
No, because you're here.
No, I'm not number one. Randy appears to be number one for a little bit longer until I get back my old antenna again. And I get a bigger amplifier. Figuring if I get that power combiner, I could use... No, I can't use 2 amps because my amps requires too high a drive. I'll have to get another commander. By the way, I have about 30 of those elements that Randy sent you, and I'm not exaggerating. And I'll send them all to you. How much trouble is it to change those?
Soldering iron in an hour.
How long?
Well, I had to build a little circuit for it.
Oh, okay. You sound kind of hollow, though. What's the regular mic you use on that thing?
Oh, a Kenwood MC80.
Okay, well, we'll once we get the processor working, we'll go back to the MC80.
Oh, but this one's easier to hold on to.
Well, I know, but it sounds like you're talking through a paper tube. You know, it just does not sound good.
I just spit my wine.
Now, you sound great. The problem is most people probably can't hear you in your full fidelity.
That was definitely a good one, Ray.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, guys, Ray's not usually wrong. You got to admit I'm not usually wrong. Well, I'll tell you what. When I first got this Kenwood, I was talking to Al with another Kenwood 890, and I said, you know, you just don't sound right, Al. And he says, yeah, because I'm running narrower bandwidth. I said, well, open it up. And he opened it up, and I opened up my filter, and I just sat back, and I go, holy Christ, what a difference. I mean, it was just incredible how much better he sounded.
It does make a difference.
Oh, Oh, my God. Tell these guys, because I don't know. You know, I've always had this issue. I cannot understand it. I'm the most honest guy in the world, and yet, and I've known this for, you know, years and years and years. Nobody ever believes what I say. I don't understand that. They'll believe Randy, they'd believe you, but they won't believe me. So you tell them what it sounds like to hear somebody in full fidelity compared to the average signal. Just explain it to them. And keep in mind, I'm only running 3,300 hertz wide. I'm still not running full fidelity.
Okay, let's try something here.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. If there is one little adjustment that I was not aware of that page 40 helped me with.
Okay, well, I know there's a processor in, processor out.
Okay, so we're at 25 and 25 with a carrier of 50.
What's the carrier mean?
I have no idea.
Well, doesn't it say so in the book?
Not really.
Okay, let's do an A-B. Processor on, processor off.
Okay, this is the processor off. This processor is now off. I am speaking to you with no processing. Okay, now we have the processing coming to you. This is with processing on the levels that I just gave you, 25 in, 25 out.
Okay, now take the in and go up to go up to 40 on the in, just the in.
Okay, there is 40 on just the in. This is 40 on just the in, over.
Okay, now let me hear. You got to always do processor on, off. Do it the way I tell you, because that's the way I'm used to. Mary had a little lamb. Click. Mary had a little lamb, just like that.
Mary had a little lamb off. Mary had a little lamb on.
Yeah, there's just still not much difference. That's the part I'm not getting. Try to go up to 50 on the out. You're at 40 on the in. Go to 50 on out with the processor.
Okay, there is 50 on the out. 50 on the out with the processor.
Okay, now let me hear no processor.
Okay, there is with no processing. This is with no processing. And this is with processing. With processing. This is with processing, over.
Does anybody hear any difference? Isn't there like 3 or 4 people in here? Is anybody hearing any difference?
None.
Yeah, okay, I'm not hearing any. So it almost sounds to me like that processor is not coming on. I know that's a tricky radio because I had that TS480, and that 480 was a mother you-know-what to try to get it to work right. It had stupid adjustments. It was the stupidest setup I've ever seen in my life. I'd be almost willing to bet you that you think the processor's coming on, but it's not.
Or I just have a stupid radio.
Well, it could be. I mean, maybe it is. You know, I don't know. But all I can say is that I'm not noticing one bit of difference. So let's try one more test. Put the input on the processor at 50 and the output on the processor at 100, and let's hear it on and off.
Okay, that should be processor in at 50 and processor out at 100. It's doing interesting things to my amp.
Okay, well, let's hear it now with processor and without processor.
Okay, this is without processing. This was with no processing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is with processing. Oh, that's way too much. I can see it. It's picking up background room noise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I agree. The processor is coming on, and if you don't talk, you got background noise. The ALC circuit in that radio is grabbing your voice. You know what I'm saying? It's grabbing your voice because as soon as you stop talking, that room noise goes way, way, way up. But when you're talking, you don't hear it at all. Is there an AGC time constant on transmit that you can set?
Oh, boy. Perhaps.
Well, something's not right. It just isn't right. That's the only thing I can tell you, because the processor's definitely working, but when you're talking, it's like it's off.
What changed this evening? Because during the day today, when he was on 80 meters, he sounded better than I've ever heard him ever.
It's a snow phase.
I agree. When he first was in here talking, he sounded fine, and then he changed something, and it just went to mush again.
Okay, so we're right back to where we were when we were on 80 meters this afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, it doesn't sound the same here on 160.
It's snow phase.
Yeah, it does have. You sounded this morning better than I've ever heard you. You might just have a radio that can only stay on 80 meters. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll go to 80. Bye.
He won't be gone long.
Hey, put the MC85 on or whatever. MC80, whatever.
Hey, both of these adjustments, input and output, they're talking about making the adjustment and the appropriate reading on the ALC meter as well.
Yeah, that just gives you the level. But I mean, he's not getting any improvement. That's the thing that gets me.
Good evening, everybody, by the way. KB2ZVP.
Okay, hello. N1 DBL. What was I going to say to you? I was going to say something to you. Anyway, I packed up your box and tube and everything, and I'm going to ship it out tomorrow.
Don't forget the disc.
The disc is already in the box, all taped up. It's addressed to Toad Harbor headquarters, and it's ready to go.
All right, awesome, excellent.
And I delivered that bottle to my girlfriend today.
Before I touched or made any adjustments.
Okay. Now let's hear it. Processor on, processor off.
I don't run the processor with this microphone.
And why not?
Because obviously it sucks.
Well, to put the level back on the processor back down. Set the processor at like 50 and 50. Does that mic have a high impedance, low impedance switch on it?
No, it does not.
Okay, does it have like any other settings on it, like high cut, low cut, and all that?
No, it does not.
Well, that's even good. That's even better. So, okay, let's hear it. Processor on, processor off.
Okay, Mary had a little processor and it was turned off. And Mary had a little processor, it was turned on.
Geez, what do you think, Randy?
Yeah, well, the processing has to be turned down because he's got that room rush in between his words. But I think it sounds better. Mark has got a very unique voice, okay? So you're not going to make him sound real broad and baritone-y because he's just got a higher pitched voice. But I went to my widest filter, and I'm trying to get my radio to make him sound as good as possible. And I don't know. I just think he sounds as good as he's going to sound.
I got a girly voice, Ray. What can I tell you?
Yeah, I know. So do I. But believe me, it's the radio. If you were on a different radio, you'd sound fine. Okay, so did you turn the level down a little bit on the processor?
Both processors are at 35% in and out, and that's what I'm talking to you on right now.
And the processor is on?
It is on right now, yes.
Okay, I just put my headphones on for the first time, so let me hear it off and on.
Mary had a little processor, and she did not know how to use it off. Mary had a little processor, and she learned how to use it on.
It's very slightly better on. Do you agree, Randy?
Yeah, I still think he has to cut back a little bit on it because you got some of that room rush noise behind him. But yeah, I like it better with it on.
Okay, so there's the processor at 30% in and 30% out.
Okay, again, do it as fast as possible when you turn it on and off. Just do it, even while you're talking. Just say, Mary had a little lamb, and hit the button and say, Mary had a little lamb.
Mary had a little processor off. Mary had a little processor and turned it on.
Yeah, leave it on. It just makes a little tiny bit of difference. Just leave it on.
Yeah, really, really small difference. Really, really tiny.
All right, it's on.
Yeah, that's, if he had a different microphone. Did you buy the MXL mic?
No, I just tried one of your elements. I had the other mic on.
Okay, yeah, you could fish through those and try different elements, but I would do that. You'll find one that maybe works a little bit better. I do agree that it's a radio mic thing, and hey, it sounds the way it sounds. It's just not as higher. If you had a 7300, let's say, or 7600, or like Ray's 890, you'd sound way better, I think. But you're Mark. You know how it is here. We split hairs. You're fine.
Yeah, well, I paid $300 for this radio and mic combination. I'm kind of not going to go out and spend $3,700 for another radio.
Yeah, I can understand it. That's how you feel, and that's totally up to you. But I think it sounds way better now than you used to sound in the old days, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. The way I heard myself come back on that mic that I wired up today from one of your elements, it sounded sort of, not bassy, but it was mostly low end and flat.
You need to get an element that'll bring in the mids. You got a lot of highs in your voice, and you need some bass and mids. Not just bass, but not just mids either,
Yeah, I know. So this is the MC80 microphone I'm on right now, so get your ears accustomed to this, and I'm going to change over to the other mic, and you should be able to hear a big difference.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully I got this connected right. Okay, this is the other microphone that I got wired up today from one of your elements.
Yeah, just talk for a little bit like that.
All right, so this is the one of the small button capacitive elements that I had to homebrew a dead bug circuit with a battery to get some voltage on it, and a capacitor and resistor, and it seems to be extremely super sensitive. So I got the mic gain down at 30%. Over.
Yeah, it's all bass, so that did bring in all bass. You got a rumble to it too. So that's not a good choice.
No, the MC80 is definitely better.
Yeah.
So put a big red X on that one and try another.
Yep, well, can only do it one at a time. So the way I have to, what I wanted to do, this is the MC80 back on, by the way. What I wanted to do is build a little thingy that I can actually plug the little elements in at the top, so I don't have to, tear the whole thing apart and unsolder this and unsolder that. I can just slide it in, try an element, slide it out, try an element.
How close do you talk to the MC80?
I am close talking it about 5 inches away from the element.
Okay, move into 1 inch.
Okay, there is 1 inch on the element. Over.
I'll talk a little more.
Okay, I am talking a little bit more. Mary had a little processor, and she didn't like the way it sounded. Over.
That's the best I ever heard you.
Oh, so now I got to eat the mic.
Well, you always do. So, okay, listen to me. Now, this radio, everybody knows this is a good-sounding radio, okay? But if you back off the microphone like that, it doesn't sound very good anymore. Mary had a little lamb at 6 inches, and then Mary had a little lamb up close.
Yeah, I certainly agree, and I'm close talking mine. This is the PR40 close talking. No, this is the PR40 talking. I can just put my fist between my mouth and the microphone, so it's at 4 inches. This is probably 6 inches here, and then I'll go back up and talk into it close like I normally do.
Okay, so then my original instinct on what I want to do with this was right. So what I'm going to do is take the element off the MC80 with a long cable and put it on a headset so I can keep it right near my mouth, and use the base of the microphone as the keying switch, or if I want to use Vox, I can do that anyway.
That might work and it may not work, because Randy took his Elvis Presley mic and he took it apart and he put tape on the back vents on it so he could get rid of the alleged noise coming from the amp, and it screwed up the mic and it sounded like crap.
Yeah, the acoustics are. I'm sure Ken would, or whomever made that microphone, made it acoustically work with that element. It might work. You could try it. It may or may not work, like Ray said. Just give it a try.
That gives me something to do.
You know, these fancy microphones, I'm sure the PR80, the 320 I have, and the MXL, the microphones are really, really big-time thought out on the inside. The element's way down inside, and it's got all kinds of acoustic stuff in between to make the microphone sound like they sound.
Now that we killed that horse about 16 times, turn the net back to normal use. I'm sure everybody else is about sick and tired of this.
Well, sick and tired or not, at least when you use that radio, right, I can understand what you're saying.
Everybody, Mark, you know, everybody here is used to us trying to help somebody with their audio, so I don't think anybody gets too, they might yawn a little bit, but, you know, people like to hear good results, right? So don't sweat that. So anyway, I was just going to say something. Oh, I just watched the movie The Green Book with Maureen. We just sat and watched that movie. I would highly recommend people watch that movie. That's a good one.
Is it about flying saucers?
Oh no! It's a good movie. It's a really, really good movie.
Well, give us a slight idea of what it's about.
It's about in 1956. This Donald Shirley he's a world-class pianist, a black man, and he needed a driver to drive him through this deep south in 1956, and he hooked up with this Ginzo, this city greaseball, Ginzo guy, and I'm saying that because this is how he was portrayed in the movie, and they drove, and this guy was like a bouncer at some clubs and different things, and it was like the most, and two black guys worked at his house, and he threw away the glasses, so this guy didn't like black people at all, and as things worked out, the Copacabana where he was working got closed down for some renovations, and he needed a job. So this very wealthy, world-class pianist hired him to be his driver down through the Deep South. And you can just imagine some of the stuff that happened. But all I can say is it's a movie well worth watching.
I think I've seen. Was that on TV a couple times?
No, it's a brand new movie. It just won a bunch of awards and stuff. It's a brand new it's a 2018 movie.
Maybe I saw ads for it on TV, but it looked good.
It's really good. Really, I watched that Bohemian Rhapsody. That was, to me, just life-changing, a good movie. And this movie is right there with it. This was a good movie.
Well, with these beautiful radios we have, and especially with the new ones where you can plug in the screen, I don't understand why you just can't get those movies and watch it while you're talking on the radio.
So I got Lola in the shack with me right now.
Lola.
Yeah, it's a white rabbit, you idiot.
Hessenpfeffer.
Yeah, she's an old girl, and Maureen has to make up special food for her now. She was, this thing's costing me more than a radio.
Is it too old to cook? Would it be tough?
She weighs 2.7 pounds. She wouldn't even make a mitten. But she's been taken care of her whole life by Maureen, and whatever she's got left, she's going to continue to be taken care of. So now she's got her all wrapped up in a blanket. So because Maureen is deathly allergic to this fur ball, so we got to wrap her up in a blanket while Maureen feeds her with a syringe.
Aww, isn't that cute? Oh, I was going to say, Ray, but the mic was unconnected at the time, but the reason Randy wouldn't watch the movie and play radio simultaneously is because the movie's far more entertaining than you are.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
WA3FPN.
And 3 or more.
Yeah, we got one of the mics in here.
That's bad, Mike, right?
That's good, Mike.
Yeah, we had bad mic in this morning.
Is Bad Mike the one in Mannheim?
No.
So we got a good mic, a bad mic, and a regular mic.
Well, if they're on here, I don't know how regular they can be.
Good point.
I'm trying to figure all the ins and outs of this situation.
Hey, did you ever hear any more from Kenny since the last time I asked?
No, nothing at all.
That's something very strange going on there.
Ooh, we're going down to 14 degrees tomorrow.
It's going down to 5 here on Wednesday.
It's going to be cold, Ray.
I know.
Then I'm going to get cold feet.
I had 3 people look at the house in the last 2 days.
And?
Well, nobody gave me the cash yet, but hopefully soon.
Somehow, Ray, I think you're going to be holding on to that one for a long, long time.
No way. Not at the price it's selling for.
Well, I don't know how it is up there, but down here, they can't hardly get the houses on the market fast enough, and the people are paying more for them than what they're listed.
This is what I said to Ray. If you have an open house and start out with a low number, you'll get a lot of people in there, and then you'll have a bidding war, and then you'll get way more than you thought.
Well, I'm going to give it this next 3, 4, 5 days, and after that, I'll put it on the market.
Yeah, you don't want to hold on that thing.
I want to sell it tomorrow. I had a guy look at it today, and he can pay cash for it. And I said, you saw the house. I said, yeah, it needs work. I said, but I'm selling it $100,000 less than the asking. I mean, how much of a better deal do you think you're going to get?
How are you marketing it?
I have 2 realtors working on it.
So then you should have just did it yourself, because then they got to get a commission, right?
I don't care about the commission. Who cares? It's $5,000 or $6,000. That's what they get paid for.
You could buy a new Kenwood with that.
I don't need a new Kenwood. I already got one.
You could buy a 7851.
He could buy a new Flex.
I wouldn't want a 7851, and I wouldn't want a Flex. So that's that. The only thing I would ever buy would be maybe I'd buy another 7610 in 4 or 5 years when they finally perfect them. Be a good backup.
You know what we forgot to do, Ray?
What was that?
We forgot to put the settings in here when I'm on my HT.
Settings on what?
On the HT.
Oh, well, I don't know anything about the HT.
Yeah, you got an entirely different set of audio parameters that we have to set up when I'm doing remote.
Oh, well, we won't worry about that.
You don't want to sound bad when I'm remote.
Listen, I'm just waiting for the explosion.
We have snow in Mannheim.
Yeah, you should have had it now for about 4 hours. Or more.
Well, yeah, but now it's actually amounting to something.
And we're supposed to get 5 to 8 inches here.
I think it's something like around there, 6 to 7, or in that neighborhood.
Yeah, same here. Not that much.
So I'll be plowing snow for the 3rd time within a week.
Hey, our friend Bill will have more money to spend on ham radio. Bill the plow guy.
Well, when I plow, it costs me money.
Yeah, well, let's hope Bill finally breaks loose with a few bucks.
Well, you're supposed to get paid to plow snow, right?
Yeah, but it's a long, complicated story. I won't go into it. It's crazy.
Oh, you don't have one of those plows that you go around and plow other people out and make them pay for it?
No, that's a pain. I did do that at one time, but I don't like getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Unless it's for a ham fest.
$1,000 a shot, you'd probably get up.
Maybe.
Every man has his price.
Hey, Mike, can you set up rear ends?
I have a hammer and an air wrench.
Well, if you have an air wrench, you just wrecked it.
Why? What are you doing?
No, I was just wondering if, because, you know, there's not a lot of shops that can do rear ends. We have my friend Paul, who was right from when he was very young, learned how to do it, and he's probably the best rear end guy in New England, and he's one of the few people that can really do it right. I was just wondering if you did it.
Probably not that way. We do it well enough to get by. The ones we've done ring and pinions and bearings and all that stuff, we've never had one come back.
Well, you do know you never use an air gun on a pinion nut.
3/4 inch.
If you use an air gun on tightening the pinion nut, you ruin the pinion bearings, and they'll go bad in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know all that stuff.
Well, you know, you say that, and then let's hope you're correct. But I watched the professional guys on television one day setting up they were doing an old Mopar, a rebuild of an old Mopar car. And when they installed the gears, they put them in 2 or 3 times, checking the backlash and stuff in the pinion depth, and they put them in and took them out, put them in and took them out. And every time they put them in, they used an air gun on it. And they're supposed to be world-class professionals.
Well, I guess we figured it wasn't going to get driven that much, or it was going to get beat to death anyway.
I'm telling you, the shop over here, where my friend does rear ends, gets bad pinion bearings in all the time. And the first question they asked, have you had the pinion seal changed? Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Hey, Ray?
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's all just your opinion.
No, I'm 100% right. If you use a air gun on a hardened steel,
right over his head,
race and bearing, what it does is it draws little lines on the race, and within 2 weeks that thing's going to howl like you can't believe.
I love you, Ray.
Right over his head.
Oh, well, that was a joke? Okay, because I got into an argument once that they had the pinion seal on our new Blazer was leaking, and I brought it into the Chevy dealer, and the guy said, I said, when you put this in, tell the mechanic not to use an air gun on it. And he goes, well, why not? And I said, why not? You don't know? And he says, no. Well, tell me why. I said, because you ruin the bearing. And in 2 weeks, the pinion bearing's going to start going crazy. And then we got into a big argument over it. So I told the guy, I said, listen, if you're not going to do this for me, I said, I'll just take it to the shop over here, because they had them do transmissions for them, so they knew who I was talking about. And I said, I'll have them put the seal in and I'll pay for it. I said, because I'm not going to have the whole rear end ripped apart because you guys can't use do the technique properly. So they must have done it because the bearing didn't go bad. Okay, enough of that. Just something, something learned new on the world famous Toad Harbor Net. What's next? Tom, are you still out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just checking.
I didn't know you were in there, Tom. Hello.
Hi, Randy.
How you doing, bud?
Doing good. No complaints.
Did you ever find the processor?
I don't think there's a processor on it. There's a compressor.
Well, compression, yeah. Is it a button? How do you turn it on and off?
It's a button.
I thought it was. Okay.
Okay, the compression is off.
Go ahead. Do off and then do on.
All right, this is off. Now I've put the compression back on.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously it sounds a lot better, but that's one of the best radios ever made for the best processor probably in the business. And, by the way, I still say the 7600 has the best noise blanker of any ham rig I've ever had, including this Kenwood.
They are good.
They are very good. That's a hell of a radio. That's the perfect spare radio.
Mark? Come on. Did you ever look at your location on QRZ, the satellite view?
Yes, and I want to keep it that way.
Okay. Well, you know, they can just look up your address.
Yes, they can. But most people are too stupid to do that.
What is it, a McDonald's?
Right, just look it up and look at the picture. It'll answer itself.
I would just love to, except don't forget, I don't have a computer.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's so easy a caveman can't do it.
That's exactly right. Hey, Randy, we learned something new here tonight, and you missed it.
Oh, boy, what did I miss?
Well, it's pretty fascinating.
I'm ready.
Okay, I got those hearing aids, so I was sitting here playing with them, cleaning them up even better, and they open them up, and that shuts the battery off. The battery goes into a holder, and if you open it up, it disconnects the battery. You follow?
I got it, yep.
Okay, so I snap both of them on, and they don't work. So I'm playing with them for like 20 minutes, and I snap it together, and they don't work. So I pull it apart, I put the batteries out, I check the battery voltage. It's like 1.3 volts. So I said, well, let me take a new battery. So I take the new batteries. Have you ever seen hearing aids batteries? They have this like thing that's about an inch long stuck on the battery, and it's like a tab. It's like a aluminum foil tab.
Yeah, I know what the tab is, yeah.
Okay. So I pull them out, and I check the battery, and it's measuring 1 volt. And the used batteries are like 1.3, but the used batteries don't work. So I'm saying, well, I'm thinking the hearing aids are up on top of the tuner, so I'm thinking they must have got RF'd, and it must have shut them off, because there's a controller that I have, which the batteries are bad in that, but it's like a little TV screen, and you turn it on, and you can turn up the volume and, I guess, change the tone and everything with this controller. But again, it didn't work. So I'm thinking the two things got zapped. So I get in here, and I come to the world-famous Toad Harbor Net, and I ask around, and I get a couple guys that said, no, you gotta, when you take the batteries out of the thing and you peel that thing off, that activates the battery. The battery isn't activated until you pull that tab off. And I'm saying, that's BS. That doesn't even make any sense to me. I'm saying that in my head, right? So then Carl looks it up on the computer, and there's some kind, what are those things called? Zinc what? Carl, are you here? Well, I don't know. They're air-activated zinc batteries. So when you pull that tab off, somehow it activates the battery. So I had 3 batteries in the hearing aids, all show good voltage, but they don't run the hearing aid. So I took one, I pulled the tab off, put that into the hearing aid, and it works perfect.
And what does it show for voltage?
The same exact voltage as the one that don't work. That's the part I can't figure out.
Hey, what's the chances of those things blowing up in your ear from the RF?
None. I've run them. I mean, I've used them with the radio running. It doesn't affect them at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of old hams that use hearing aids,
Well, you figure with 1,500 watts 3 feet away, that if they were RF prone, they'd be really going crazy. They must be pretty sophisticated.
Electrostatic discharge, W2MUR.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing?
So I was worried about Law when he had that pacemaker installed, using his radio, his ham radio with that, but they said that he would be fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they used to have the signs in the convenience stores. If you had one of those, you weren't supposed to go near the microwave.
Yeah, that was just overkill.
In the hospitals, they used to say don't operate your cell phones because of pacemakers back in the old days.
Yeah, I don't know if they really understood everything back then. So over the years, they've obviously, it was relatively newer technology. Remember back in when they were working on bridges, or they were working at a not a landfill, but like a rock cut, and they were going to dynamite, and along the roads it would say, "Do not operate your CB radio for the next mile."
Exactly. It's the same reason they tell you to turn all your phones off and electronic devices off when you're landing and taking off. It has no bearing on the aircraft.
Right, but nowadays if they put that sign out there, every CBer in the country would be driving through there with their amplifier running, trying to blow the place up.
Yeah, they wouldn't unkey it for a mile.
Ray, do you still keep in touch with your CB guys?
Very, very, very rarely. Matter of fact, I had one call me on the phone yesterday, and I talked to him for about a half an hour, and he says, how come you're never on anymore? I said, because they're blithering idiots. You can't even talk to anybody anymore. And he goes, yeah, you're right. And he says, I always thought you were such a jerk saying that all the time to me. He says, but the other day I was doing exactly the same thing. He says, those people are just gotten so bad over the last 2 years. I said, yeah, I know. I said, in fact, they have, but I said they've always been bad. They're just, you guys can't even imagine. You can't truly, honestly imagine what degenerate pieces of crap are on the 11-meter band. There's no way to explain it to you. I couldn't even explain it.
Well, I mean, you can listen to it. I've listened to it. It's just a bunch of jumble. I can't even understand what anybody's saying. Now, can you transmit? Were you modified in your 7600 or your 890 to actually talk on 11 meters?
Both radios were modified for Mars or whatever you call it. So they'll transmit 1.5 to 30.
Oh, okay. I go down there every once in a while just to listen, and I can never understand not one thing that anyone's saying.
We know that
why?
Some of those idiots
because they're
on ham radio
gibberish,
too.
or because they're so muffled?
Well, they're all talking over themselves, and their audio is absolutely horrible.
Like I said, you have, in all honesty, never met a bigger bunch of degenerates than what's on the 11-meter band. And the beauty of it is, in all honesty, there's not one of those guys that's smart enough to pass the test.
Well, they show up on ham radio sometimes, too.
Yeah, but without a license.
Well, some of those guys, obviously, some of those guys get sick of that and they go to amateur radio, right?
Yeah, the ones who can do. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I did. I couldn't put up with it any longer back in 1985. It was just so ridiculous back then, but it's literally 1,000 times worse now.
I mean, many of us have had our first communications experience with Citizen Man Radio, and then we moved on to amateur radio. I mean, when I was a little kid, just 10 years old, my first experience was on a General Electric base station with a couple walkie-talkies, and some guy got back to me with 1,000 watts, almost blew up my base station. It was only a mile away. And from that point on, I got fascinated with amateur radio.
When I was going through my mother's house, I found the rules and regulations for 11 meters. I don't know if I threw the book away or not. I think I threw it away, but I was going to send it to Randy.
I think you should get on 11 meters and remind everybody of the rules and regulations.
You can't. You can't talk to them. They can't carry on a conversation. Most of the people that are left on that band don't have enough brain power to put a sentence together, and I am not exaggerating.
No, I was just teasing, but could you imagine trying to do that? That would be hysterical. I'd like to record that.
Their whole life's ambition. They're miserable beyond... This is a fact. I've studied this for years and years and years. Those people are so miserable in their life, they want to make everybody else around them miserable like they are. And that's their whole aim in life, is to make everybody miserable.
Okay, so so really, we are not really authorized as amateur radio operators to talk on Citizen Man, are we?
Well, yeah, you could talk on CB. Go buy a CB radio and talk there anytime you want.
Oh, okay. So you don't really need a license to be, you can do CB 5 watts or less. So that's the way it used to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm not sure why we're wasting our time talking about this anyway. But you can't use your ham rig there, I don't think. I don't think even if you turned it down. I don't even know, but let's move on to something halfway reasonably better.
Okay, go ahead. What's the next topic for tonight? N1 DVL.
Well, we're all getting snow.
So how much snow are we getting?
Not that much. About a half a foot, maybe 10 inches.
Wow, that's significant. My son just is traveling right now, so I got to make sure I stay close to the weather so I can make sure that my precious family's all snow blown out.
Who does the snow blowing?
Well, normally my son does, but with him away, I'm going to make sure that I take care of that.
Okay. Well, do you use a truck or a snow blower?
He's got a tiny little sidewalk and driveway, so snow blower.
Okay.
Hey, how's the new truck treating you?
Say again?
How is the new truck treating you?
So far, so good, man. I love the V8 engine. The V8 engine that Hemi engine is just fantastic. And the gas mileage really is not that much worse.
Yeah, if you can get used to not driving it like it's a V8, right, and get once the newness wears off and you stop punching it all the time, feeling the power. But yeah, they're a good truck, and mine gets relatively good fuel mileage when I'm not hot rodding the thing.
How many horsepower is it?
349, I think they're rated for, or 345, something like that.
Wow, that's pretty stout.
Yeah, 400 some about the torque.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm getting like city mileage. I get like maybe almost 16 miles to a gallon, and then on the highway, I really haven't done a lot of long highway driving with it yet. So I think it's been fluctuating between 15 and 16 miles per gallon. I haven't taken any long trips, beyond Hamilton, New York, an hour away. So if I were to go down to South Jersey, which I need to do, then I can get a good read on what the highway mileage is. What's the highway mileage? When you went to Colorado, what was your mileage? You were pulling a trailer, though. That wouldn't count.
I was pulling a trailer one way, and I was getting about 17 or 18 when pulling a trailer, and like 19 and 20 on the way back. And that's going across Kansas where the cruise at 85 miles an hour.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay, I have a question. See if anybody can answer this. You know how all these cars, my car, the Blazer, has those gas mileage things? They tell you how many miles a gallon you're getting, your average, what's the temperature outside, what direction you're going. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they're wicked bad. They're way off. Some are okay, but unless you hand calculate it, you don't know what they are or how far off they are.
Well, I always thought the one in the Impala was pretty accurate. But anyway, here's my question. Is there any way to reset those right back to the beginning?
Yes.
Do you know how to do it?
Usually it's in the trip computer, because it's giving you that. It's got to have a trip computer in the body computer. So there's got to be a way on your dashboard somewhere. Sometimes it's as simple as holding the there's like a little pin in the middle of the dash. You push that in and you hold it for 5 seconds, and it'll reset everything.
Where could you find out?
We're going to lose power tonight.
What? Was it Mark? What did you say?
Oh my God.
Owner's manual.
Yeah, you just look in the owner's manual. It's generally a push and hold something, and it'll reset that.
Okay, I've looked. I never saw it, but I'll take another look.
Well, do you have a button to reset your trip on your dashboard?
Yeah, I know how to set that. You just turn that little knob there, sure.
You got a knob you got to turn?
You're both talking at the same time, Randy and Mike. So one at a time.
All I said is I'm shocked you had a knob to turn. What do you got, wooden wheels on that thing?
Yeah, don't forget they're 2001s.
What are you resetting?
Just resetting the trip odometer. I want to set the overhead computer that computes the gas mileage, the average gas mileage, and running gas mileage.
And in 01, that should probably still be in the dash, in the instrument cluster.
Well, there's no obvious way to do it, so it's got to be a secret way.
Well, I can check for sure tomorrow if you would like.
Yeah, just see if you can on the 2001 Chevy Blazer. I took my mother's car up to Northampton today because it hasn't been exercised and it was good weather, so I really I took a good long ride. It probably was 40, 50 miles.
Top down?
No, top was not down.
Should turn the heat on, put the top down, windows up.
Did you pick anybody up?
Nope.
What about the bottle of booze? What did you do with that?
I gave it to her today.
To Jeannie?
I did. I saw Jeannie, and I gave it to her, and I said, this has nothing to do with me asking you out on a date. I said, I actually ordered this the time you came down to my mother's house because we were talking about the gin, and it took this long to get it because it's hard to find, and I got it a couple days ago, and here it is. I said, whatever you do, just drink it over the rocks. You can add water, but don't add soda. She goes, well, I usually have a gin and tonic. I said, don't waste this gin with tonic. Just try it regular and add water if you must. But yeah, I think you're going to find it's very unique.
So I've been off the amateur radio grid for a few weeks, but so who's Jeannie? I really missed the boat on that.
Jeannie's the love of my life.
Wow, I really missed it, Randy.
Unfortunately, I'm probably never going to end up with her, but she's still the love of my life.
Mickey wants to know what kind of gin.
Tomcat. And hey, Randy?
Yeah.
This is even better. The 72-year-old realtor comes over today, and she's sitting there shooting the shit with me. She's a real hot shit. She's sort of like my mother was, and she goes, oh my God, Tomcat gin. Don't tell me that's really Tomcat gin. I said, yeah, it is. Why? She says, unbelievable. Isn't it incredible? I said, yeah, it is. I said, how do you even know about it? She said, I bought my husband a bottle for his birthday, and we drank it, and she said, it's really so good. I said, well, where the hell did you get it? She goes, I get it over Table and Vine over in West Springfield.
There you go.
So I was going by there today. I almost stopped in. Next time I go by, I'll stop in and see if they actually have it. But she said she got it there.
It'll be interesting to see what it costs there,
I asked her. She said it's $50.
Oh, about the same then.
Yep.
That's expensive.
It is, but it's so unique. It's not even, you can't even say to somebody, if you like gin, you'll like this, because I hate gin, but I like that.
Last time I had gin was Sex on the Beach.
Well, you were at the Kingston place. Did you try it?
No, I didn't. I missed out on that. I think maybe I was doing we might have been doing the antenna shootout at the time. But I was down in Aruba, and I had the drink Sex on the Beach with gin. And that's the only time I've ever had gin. I wonder what Tomcat would taste with that whole formula. I think Sex on the Beach was peach, brandy, gin. I can't remember what else. You're a bartender. You remember.
Yeah, that's an oddball drink. I can remember. All I can say is you've never tasted anything like Tomcat gin. It's such a unique. It's very, very unique.
Yeah, Sex on the Beach is a fruity, foo-foo drink, but the Tomcat gin has almost a piney. It is very unique. It's it's not quite. It's kind of Buckley mixture-esque, kind of, sorta, but it's slightly better.
You should have seen my ex-wife after she had these Sex on the Beach drinks. I had to get the car because we had walked so far up the beach. Me and my buddy had to go all the way back, get the car, and bring her back home. She was so out of it. So I guess the foo-foo thing didn't work too well for her.
was a kid's drink. When I was a kid, I had maybe one or two of those. And then we had one that was called the Brain, where it's a shot. You know, they call it the Brain because it just, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a kid anymore.
Yeah, I was bartending in Oriskany, New York, at Trinkus Manor, if you guys remember that. 16 years old, bartending. Actually, almost 17, but still illegal. And we used to have this drink called green chartreuse. Anybody heard of green chartreuse?
Yeah, that's like cough medicine.
But it's like 80% alcohol.
It's still like cough medicine.
Isn't that like a Long Island iced tea?
Well, no, like on Long Island iced tea, you got to put. I think there's like five different liquors in there, right? There's vodka, gin, not tequila. There's five different alcoholic things in there, and then you put Coke in it.
Yeah, well, I meant that it's mostly all some kind of strong alcohol drink.
Yeah, the Long Island iced teas are unbelievable. My son, we went down to Florida, and my son started drinking these. My younger son, and he was like 20 at the time, and so he was 21, maybe 22, and so we're sitting there in the jacuzzi, and he's drinking these things. And, after a second one, you're in the jacuzzi, the warm water's heating up your bloodstream, and it's just basically like an alcohol IV. And, I literally had to carry him up to the room after the second drink. I had to cut him off.
Good evening, Bad Mike, and 2 Echo Whiskey Mike on the 50.
What's going on, W2MUR?
Not much. Just hanging out in the new shack and messing around and just listening to the gossip.
Did you say new shack?
The new shack, yeah, we're finally moved in downstairs.
Oh, that's pretty exciting.
It has been. I've been digging out stuff I forgot I had when I moved up here.
Get you re-energized for amateur radio.
Getting ready for field day.
I think I did a field day when I was young, very, very young, and I have never done one since. So, it's just, it's in a tent and it's generators, right?
No, it's in this room and it's powered by NYSEG.
Oh, gotcha.
Like it's too short for QRP.
So is Good Mike in there? What's going on, Good Mike?
Just sitting here, drinking a drink and eating some snacks and watching the snow fall.
What are you drinking?
You guys doubled. Go ahead, Good Mike.
I got to say that all again.
What are you drinking?
I'm sitting here drinking a drink, eating some snacks, and watching the snow fall. And where have you been?
Well, I've been up about 65 feet in the air times 6, and just tempting fate a little bit, and so trying to face my fears. So that's what I've been doing. So what are you drinking?
Gatorade.
Gatorade plus what?
Some cheese and some nuts and some seafood salad. Did you have that job finished now?
Yes, it's all, it's finished except for making sure everything turns on Tuesday. So I'm going up there and just making sure everything operates the way it's designed to.
Couldn't you do that when you finished the job?
Hey, Randy?
Yeah.
You think we can get up there and rewire it so when he throws the big switch, he gets the surprise of his life?
That wouldn't be good.
Yeah, you ever see the big fireballs on TV when they blow up something with gasoline, for the show? Flip the switch and the cupolas just go up in a 300-foot fireball.
That would be quite the celebration. Well, everything worked perfectly when I tested it, and timers are all good. Everything's working fine, but I've got to make sure that everything comes on at 5 o'clock. I don't know why 5, but that's what the customer wanted, and sunset's not till 5:48, so actually it'll be 5:52 by the time Tuesday comes along, and I have no idea why he wanted it on at 5, but that's what'll happen.
It's like, you remember this is a little before a lot of your guys' time, but Jack Benny, Bob Hope, Jack Benny, who's the crooner there? What was the crooner there? White Christmas?
Bing Crosby.
Yeah, Bing Crosby, and I don't know, there was a few other ones. One of them went on vacation. So the rest of the guys got together and they moved his house. And the guy comes home from vacation and there's his driveway and his mailbox, and he drives in and there's no house, just grass, like there was never a house there. So they had it all set up. He calls the police, and the police come and they go, well, we don't know what you're talking about. There was never a house here.
Oh, that's the perfect practical joke.
That really is. That just goes to show. And those guys, and here's the crazy part, those guys were paying like 95% in federal tax. And they still made way more money than anybody else.
That's crazy. Can you imagine working all your life, you know, and you're a multimillionaire and you're paying 90? Okay, so say you spend, so say, okay, so $100 million. I guess you got to be $100 million, and then basically you would get $5 million out of that.
Well, that's why they had all those foundations, and that's how that all started, because they had to have a way to keep their money, and I don't blame them a bit.
No, but these scumbag politicians, they want to go back to 90%.
Yeah, they do, but they're not going to be the ones paying the 90%, I guarantee you. They've already got their foundations established.
Yeah, they got the whole laundry scheme all set up between that and offshore.
You wait if Bernie gets the nod, which I don't think he will. I don't think Bernie's going to make it, but you never know. He very well could, and that's going to be the most interesting shootout between Trump and Bernie, because Trump is going to slay him on his. You know, he wants everybody else to be paying 90% tax, and they want to go. What do they call? What is Bernie? I'm having a mental block. What's his thing?
Socialism.
Yeah, Bernie wants socialism, but he owns 3 mansions.
Yeah, he's got his own private jets, Mercedes-Benz. Yeah, he's all for. Yeah, he's all for socialism.
Yeah, Trump's going to annihilate him. Just annihilate him. That ought to be. You're going to see Trump at his best.
The only thing I can say is that it seems like more and more people are siding with Trump. I think a lot of the performers and politicians and all that were kind of afraid, because it was kind of like a joke, that here we got Donald Trump as a president. And I think that everybody was like at the beginning year, people were afraid to say I'm a Donald Trump supporter. But now, as things go, and our economy is doing way better. More people are working. All the other good things that he talks about. Yeah, he's a little bit crazy in some regard. He was at CPAC telling that he was on the mic at CPAC addressing everybody and telling them this Mueller stuff was bullshit. And he used bullshit. So yeah, he's not like the normal, really more better speaking kind of guys. He's just like he's like somebody like the regular people can look up to. But I watched there was a really forget what congressman it was. It was a black congressman, and he just switched parties from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, and he's asking all black people, African American people, whatever you want to call them, he's asking all people of color to do the same thing, So, and he was going list by list, point by point, why the Democratic Party has turned into a party of really, really bad people.
Yeah, there was a New York State legislature did the same thing. He said he was responding to Schumer, and he said, I can't really get behind the Democratic Party the way it's poised now. It's just I can't put my faith in it right now. So he's switching to the Republican Party in the New York State Senate. Can't remember his name.
Well, I think more and more, people are seeing and realizing if you've got the brain of a gnat, you ought to be able to tell that the Democratic Party is just a really, really bad, it's a bad party. I mean, just the people there are just out to screw us up. I mean, I just don't even know the words to use. How effed up it is.
Well, didn't you see that in the whole Obama administration? He wasn't one bit better.
No, he wasn't. No, and I agree, but it's just getting more and more because, so what happens when you're in a fight with somebody and you get into an argument with somebody and you start arguing, you can argue nicely, and then as the other guy's making points, you start arguing louder and try to make more points, and then they make more points. So that's what's happening. Everything's getting ramped up and ramped up and ramped up because now, when Obama was the president, it was pretty bad. The bickering between the two parties. But once Trump became the president, the Democratic Party just went bananas. They just are trying and they admit to doing it. They're not even trying to cover up. They're just trying to figure out a way to get him out of there because they're scared for their lives. And when you're scared for your life, you're going to fight like a mother bear. And that's what these guys are doing. They're all fighting for their lives, for their big money, and they're all concerned that Hillary's going to go to the clink, and then she's going to bring the rest of them with her. Anyway, KB2's ZVP at the top.
Yeah, N1 DVL. I was just watching somebody on television in the last day or two said that if Trump cleans their clock, it'll be the total end of the Democratic Party.
And to Echo Whiskey Mike.
W2MUR.
Running for president on the Democratic ticket is so easy. Even a caveman can do it.
WG2E. Hey, Carl's back.
Yeah, I had to talk with Mom for a while.
That's good that you talk to your mom so much. How's she doing with the new car?
Oh, good. Well, she's all upset because she took it to the car wash, and one of the car wash kids turned the radio to a rap station or something, and she can't get out of it.
Oh, boy.
What kind of car did she get?
A 2019 Subaru Legacy.
Does she like it?
Yeah, she's happy with it so far, but I'm going to be going down there in a while, and I got one myself, and so I'll get her all straightened out with the radio and the navigation and all that stuff. But I said, oh, yeah, why don't you get that? That way you can call me, and I can help you out. Well, I downloaded all the manuals for her car, and they've changed everything around. All the buttons are in different places, and the radio screens are all different. I mean, that kind of aggravated me.
Well, that was a dirty trick. Yeah, we've been looking around now for the past couple of weeks. We're going to get a new car, but I'm kind of leaning towards GM.
Absolutely. Stick American.
Well, I've had my share. I was a Ford and Chevy man for a long time, but I wanted to get the all-wheel drive, and I've been pretty pleased with the Subarus.
Hey, I got another question for Good Mike.
Go
Okay.
There's this girl I talk to once in a while at the Stop and Shop. You know, it's a food place, big supermarket. And I was talking to her today, and she was all bummed out and really, you know, in a bad mood. And I said, "What's going on?" She goes, "My car. I'm going to need to buy a new car." So I said, "Well, what's the problem?" She goes, "Well, it's a Honda. It's a 2004 Honda, and it's not running right." She won't explain. She can't explain to me why it doesn't run right, but it doesn't run right. And she brought it to this place, and it cost her $300. The guy did a tune-up. He did like plugs, wires, you know, all that stuff, and $300, and it doesn't run one bit different. So what I told her, I said, "You got the wrong mechanic." I said, "You got to go to my guy. His name's Corby's Auto Repair." I said, "This is the guy you want to go to." No, my guy's good. I said, "Well, if he's good, then why isn't your car running any better?" Now, here's my question to you. I understand you get a car that comes in, it's not running right, it's never had a tune-up, so a lot of mechanics probably want to start from scratch and do plugs, condenser, I mean, not condenser, but plugs, wires, cap, and whatever it needs. You know, plug wires, spark plugs, and whatever it needs for a tune-up on a 2004. But in this day and age, if you know what you're doing, that shouldn't have happened, should it? They should have been able to analyze what exactly the problem was, shouldn't they?
Well, if it's not running right, I would think that the check engine light would be on, and you could plug into it, and it would direct you in whatever area it would need to direct you to the problem.
Well, I didn't even think of that, but I was thinking that, you know, if you pull into a shop that knows what they're doing, they're going to plug a computer into it, and the computer's going to tell them the mass airflow sensor's bad, or this sensor's bad, or that sensor's bad, or the oxygen sensor's bad, or something like that. I think this girl got screwed, and I tried to steer her in the right direction, and she's not very bright, and she, you know, doesn't want to listen.
Well, yeah, I mean, usually as soon as you plug into it, it'll give you some kind of an idea of what's going on.
Well, I can't, you know, honestly see how a modern mechanic would do plugs and plug wires and all that, and the car doesn't run one bit better. He obviously has no idea what he's doing, and he may not even have the equipment to be able to diagnose what the problem is.
Well, if you're working on cars these days, you almost have to have a scanner. There's no way you can operate without one. And I don't even know that those cars have plug wires on anymore. It's usually just a coil for each cylinder and spark plug.
Well, here's what the guy replaced. Now that you said that, I remember. He put plugs and he put coil packs on it, and that did not cure the problem.
Well, that would have probably been $300 or better then.
And it was. But again, I just can't believe that if she brought it to the right place, they put a scanner on it and say, this is what's wrong with it, and fix it. Now, another question. I was going to ask my friend this today, but I got you, so I'll ask you. If you go to Harbor Freight, they sell for $129, it's on sale this week, a scanner, OBD2 plus anti-lock brakes. Do those work?
Yeah, you'd probably be all right with one of those. If you go to AutoZone or a Advanced Auto or one of those places, a lot of times those guys will read them for you for free.
Yeah, I understand that, but my question was, if you buy a $129 scanner like that, would it work on, say, a car like mine, my 2001 Blazer or something? Would it work fine on those? Because, I mean, everybody buys these Snap-on things. They're paying $8 or $10 grand for them. That's insane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those little cheapies are all right for around the house.
Well, how much difference is there between those and, say, a professional model?
Probably about, let's see, $3,700.
Well, yeah, but my question is, if you bought one of these if you bought a $300 or $400 scanner, would it work okay or would it not work?
Well, there's a lot of things that those won't do that mine will do. I mean, it's all right for somebody like you that just wants to check stuff at home, but not for somebody that's doing things every day.
Yeah, the expensive ones, you can reset stuff. You can trigger things. Like we can sit with our units hooked to our trucks, and we can shut off injectors. We can turn on lights. We can do all kinds of things. You won't get that out of a cheapy one.
Right, exactly.
She probably has weak compression in one of the cylinders.
Well, look, you know what? I tried to help the girl. She didn't want to listen, so she's going to go back to the same guy and just keep on getting screwed. She says she's looking for a new car. So I said, well, I got a beautiful BMW. You have 10 grand? She goes, no. So that's the end of that. And then she says, here's the best part. She says, this tells you everything you need to know. She said, no, I wouldn't buy a foreign car.
And that Honda's made right here in New Jersey.
Well, I understand Hondas are made in the United States, but BMWs probably are too.
Well, that's what I was getting at. I don't know where the hell Hondas are made.
No, Hondas they're definitely made in the United States, but that doesn't matter. It's still a foreign design car, and you got to deal with the foreign parts and everything. And my friends run a tranny shop. You should see the screwing that those foreign car companies give you. They won't sell you parts. Yeah, you need a new transmission for say whatever car. Yeah, $7,000, and you can't buy a used one, and you can't buy a rebuilt one. So those people who buy those foreign cars learn the hard way when they have to do their first transmission or something with a screw in. Plus they're paying, listen, here's the best part, they're paying $35 a quart for transmission fluid.
Yeah, I can tell you that I've tried to get parts for my Dodge truck, and they were dealer-only parts when it was certain parts were dealer-only parts, and they were quite expensive. But these new transmissions, you don't even check the fluid in them anymore. You never open them. You don't do a service on them. You don't drain the oil out. You don't refill the oil. They're just you run them till they go bad, and then you replace them.
Yeah, I understand that, which is, I don't want one of those. I'll keep the old cars. Go ahead, Bob. Bruce, hello? Are you out there? I guess not.
What kind of a lift do you have over there in your shop, Mike?
We have 2 above ground and 1 old in ground.
Like a center post?
Yeah.
The good old days.
Yeah, and there are certain vehicles that actually it's a lot better with the in-ground one than the above ground. Some of them you just can't lift.
Yeah, but when that one quits working, what a pain.
Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty old, and I don't think I'm going to have to worry about it not working. That'll be my kid's problem.
Hey, so I made my own own sushi tonight.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't use that fancy Japanese blowfish there. When you cut it up wrong, you die.
No, I didn't do that. Nope, I just played it safe, a little salmon. Let's see, I used a little, I used salmon and a bunch of vegetables in it, and some sesame on the rice, and I had this little sushi kit that I bought from Amazon that you kind of stuff this thing in, and you close it up, and it turns in like a tube, and you push it out. It works beautiful.
Does it come with the fish?
Doesn't come with the fish.
What happened? The power go out?
What's that?
Did the power go out?
Every time I got to leave my house and go get some, it's 22 minutes.
Yeah, but just why don't you cook it? I mean, how long would it have taken you to cook?
I don't want to cook it.
You want to eat raw fish on purpose?
Yeah, man, come on.
There's something the matter with you.
You're just a steak and potatoes man.
You never heard of it.
Salmon is like great. You just got to make sure you get good quality salmon.
Can you imagine how good a salmon would taste if you pulled it right out of the right fresh out of one of those beautiful streams and cooked it right there in a pan?
You're just used to watching Vikings and watching them catch fish and just eating their heads off.
You never had sushi?
No, why would I have sushi?
Oh my God, it's great.
Randy, I felt exactly the way you did for many years, and I had a supplier came in and he made me try it, and I never went back.
Yeah, that reminds me of the guy there standing next to putting his arm around the grizzly bear while he's fishing.
Not all sushi is raw, is it?
No, not all of it.
Only the crappy stuff.
California roll with the white fish, like imitation crab meat. It's basically a fish. It's cooked, and they're nice. I mean, they're great. I mean, I tell you what, when you have it, it's you feel energetic. You don't feel loaded down like you do with like a meat and potato. Like you want to fall asleep after.
Well, that's the secret. Don't eat the potato.
Yeah, you got to really watch. You can't mix proteins with carbohydrates at dinner time, or mainly at dinner time. You got to make sure if you're going to have a protein, have it with a vegetable. If you're going to have a carb, have it with a vegetable. Don't ever mix a carb with a protein.
Oh man, I can't eat all carbs. It just screws me up. I have to have a balance of protein and carb, or I don't feel right.
I'd just stick with shellfish.
Well, you know how you feel when on a Sunday if you have your pasta dinner. You got pasta, you got your meatball sausage sauce, and if you don't get up after dinner and walk around, it hits you, and you feel like you just want to take a nap.
Yeah, so does turkey. Does the same thing.
Well, there's a chemical in turkey, but the carbs and the proteins mixed turn into a complex carbohydrate, and your all the blood flow goes to your stomach, and you get really super tired.
What's wrong with taking a nap after dinner?
Nothing, but that's why you take a nap. I'm explaining it. Well, what happens with the complex carbohydrates turn to fat, and because your body can't process it, so it just turns to fat.
There's a reason why.
Yeah, because it's a complex carbohydrate.
The two are digested differently.
You always got to make things difficult, don't you, Mark?
Carbohydrates are digested with an alkaline.
Yeah, I know. But the good news is, if you have a good pasta dinner on a Sunday, and it's hard to do, but I've cut out all my bread. So, because you already have pasta, you already have your meats, and so I just cut out my bread, and it definitely helps a little bit.
Anybody ever do the thing in science class at school where they mix an alkaline and an acid together in a petri dish, and what you get?
You can drink it, right?
Yeah, you get salt water. Does salt water digest anything? No. So therefore you have an undigested mass of goo that your body does not know what to do with. So it sends it through your intestines after it coats it with a heavy layer of mucousy goo and tries to get it through you as quickly as possible before it poisons you.
And that's what? Macaroni?
That is anytime you mix a carbohydrate and a protein together, and after several years of doing that over and over and over and over and over again, your colon ends up being about the size of a pencil in the center of it.
Awesome.
And this is what leads to problems like colon cancer, problems with colon, distended belly, diabetes, blood sugar problems, high heart rate, high blood pressure.
This is why Mark got kicked off the other net.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to make some pasta tomorrow.
Screwing my whole. I'm already thinking forward to Wednesday. Okay.
And then, to make it even worse, we're going to take Roundup Ready,
thinking about leftovers from today.
Altered wheat and corn products and mix it into that undigestible mess, so it poisons you while it's coating your intestines.
He keeps shooting his mouth off. I'm driving down there tomorrow and choke him out.
I'm in my Prius. I'm going down.
I want my T-shirt back, Mark.
Why don't just put up a new loop for him, twice the size, a 2-wavelength steel loop.
If you'd like to know more, click here.
Maybe we can get him down to an S1.
Well, the way the antenna's looking out there, Ray, it might be.
He's still talking through that toilet paper tube, Ray.
It's very interesting, you know. I mean, and it's really, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. You know, Maureen and I have been talking about it a lot. We've got to do better on our diets. As we get older and I get less and less active, I become more of a manager instead of a machine out in the back. You know, it's just so hard not to get fat. So you've got to do better. I mean, I have to do better. I don't care what you guys do, but I have to do better with my diet.
Well, there's a little bit of stress too. So you're getting up at 4 in the morning. You know, you got a lot of responsibility at work. You know, you got to make sure you're a good leader. There's a lot more stress too, and that adds to it.
I think the biggest thing, I shut the amp down, but I'm sure you can still hear me. I'm getting ready to go to bed. But I think the biggest thing,
I didn't notice the difference.
When you start getting older, is you just got to eat organic, everything organic. As much as you possibly can eat, make it organic.
I like eating orgasmic.
Yeah, so do I. Try to find one. And the older they get, the worse they get.
I don't know if I like the way that sounded.
Then they get that keto crotch.
Yeah, that's the new diet, keto. That was Keto. Wasn't that the guy in the Green Hornet?
That was Cato.
Cato.
I knew that.
Wasn't Cato Bruce Lee?
Cato was Bruce Lee. He was my hero.
Yeah, he was really something.
He made Taekwondo great again.
And 2X Whiskey Mike on the 20.
He was fast, boy. He was wicked fast.
I was watching. Okay, so I'm on AMC and I see the Trump dynasty. Oh, this looks interesting. So I'm watching this thing and they're just trashing Trump and then like talking about Atlantic City, how he jumped onto the casino bandwagon and then he tried to borrow $600 million from at 14% and went bankrupt. And they were just trashing the guy. It was sad.
I tuned into that for 5 minutes and I knew exactly what they were doing and I turned it off.
Exactly, yeah. I was in there making sushi and I said, what is this crap? I turned it off.
They are pulling out all the stops. They're doing everything they can at every avenue of every connection that they have to try to get rid of this guy or have us get rid of him.
And the really cool thing is, most of the American people know it, and they're like fed up with it, and it's not working. The more they do it, the more we fight. See, the thing is, the more Trump becomes who he is, these guys fight harder. But what they don't realize, the more they piss on us, we're going to fight harder.
It's all fake news. Believe me, fake news.
They got to get rid of the election. They got to get rid of the American people's opinion.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The guys got to go to they've got to have a king. They've got to have somebody that we can't vote for. You know, and now they're trying to. There's 16 states are trying to get rid of the electoral college now, and you know, they just keep trying to change the rules for them, and it's just like, you know, we all know you're doing it. You're not all that clever. But that's why they want the illegal aliens in, because then they can bring in a new massive voter base.
But guess what? You know, the illegal aliens are coming into California, but the legal citizens are leaving California. So guess what? They're going to be stuck with all illegal aliens in California, and they're going to go bankrupt. And I'm not helping them. I'm not going to pick up a penny for them.
Oh, yes, you will.
Nah, they're going to just float away.
They will enact a bill, a law, an act, or something that'll end up sticking the American people with the tag.
I'm already trying to get the $2 billion from the failed railroad.
Yeah, that's a big thing right now that they really goofed up on, huh?
I want it all back.
Yeah, $2 billion with a B.
Yeah, what did they do with that $2 billion? You know, I guess they spent some of it on the railroad, but you know, it wasn't even 20% completed.
They used that money to try to bail out all of the pensions and people that work for the state and or also their welfare state. I don't know how many states are going to be defaulting all their pensions and all of that other stuff. I think it's 19 or 20-some states that are going to be defaulting on a lot of pensions and stuff on people because they just don't have the money to pay it.
Governor Christie needs to run for California governor. He'll set it straight.
He's going to make Krispy Kreme donuts great again.
Something's going to happen in California, man. That's a thing to put Hillary over the popular vote, that stupid California vote.
Just give it back to Mexico. You'll solve a lot of problems in one act.
It's already turning into Mexico. I think 50% of the population's illegal immigrants.
Just give it back to Mexico. Just build the wall right there in Arizona. Stay here, boys. You wanted this so long for so bad, it's all yours. Have at it. Good luck.
Well, I've got my attenuation at 27 dB, and I still got 10 over on my crashes.
Yeah, well, I definitely got snow fade.
I got to see where all this lightning's coming from. I'm going to go to Weatherbug, Randy. Weatherbug.
I got snow hanging all over my wire out there, and I can see it. And when I'm talking, it's not coming off. So I don't know where all that heat's going.
Well, you don't run enough power.
Oh, right away. It's not enough power. That's the wrong metal. It's not high enough off the ground. The audio sucks.
Man, welcome back.
Get that audio fixed.
I like this guy.
I take so much abuse. I can't take it.
What are you, Rodney Dangerfield? You get no respect.
He loves to be abused.
That's right. He's one of those. He's the abusive lover. Abusing lover. What do you call those guys? I can't remember. There's a psychological term for that. I can't remember what it is.
Sadomasochist. As long as it's black leather and whips are involved, I'm for it.
Okay. So I'm in upstate New York. The closest lightning is 437 miles away. Why am I hearing all these crashes?
Because the band is obviously in good shape tonight.
Yeah, think about it. If you had somebody coming in from 400 miles away, you would hear them with no trouble, and they're not running a signal as big as strong as a lightning bolt.
Well, guess where they're coming from? North Carolina, down there with Gary. That's why we're hearing them. Down there in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Where are you?
I'm in Hallam Patton,
What state?
New York.
Oh, okay.
He's a little bit east of me, Mark.
Oh, I just had a flashover in my tuner. Let me check my match.
Yeah, Gary, let's see. There's tons of lightning coming in from North Carolina.
I've got to pull my lightning map up now.
Yeah, lightning map is all around Wilmington, North Carolina, and the east side of Florida. Panhandle.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
I love this. This app is awesome. I'm so glad you reminded me to get it.
Holy cow. My antenna's so mistuned right now, it's crazy.
Your antenna's what?
Mistuned. It's got so much snow on it. It's way far away from where it should be.
Well, tune that baby back up.
Yeah, maybe I'll melt some snow now.
Yeah, can you, will your tuner bring it back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're back again.
You know, it's so weird. I could have so much snow on my dipole with the open line feed. It just never detunes it. I don't care how much snow's on there. It may do it maybe a tenth of an SWR, but that's it. You know, I don't even mess with it. It's just amazing to me.
We have over an inch of snow on the line, and it's down about half the distance from where it normally is to the ground.
That's probably changing the SWR more than the snow that's on it. It's just moving closer to the ground. Mine doesn't either, Mike. My feed line can be completely encased, all bridged over. It looks like one big rope out there, and my SWR is hardly at all changed, you know. But it's because they're lower Q. They're not higher Q.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to me. I love this. It's the simplicity of my half-wave dipole is just unbelievable. How effective it is, the open line feed, just the simplicity of it is just really amazing. And you know, when you think of all the complicated antennas that are out there, you know, the loop and the dipole are the simplest antennas, really, when you feed them with open line and a decent tuner.
Well, there's a lot of really good antenna designs, and you know, it's a you know, some people try open wire feed line, they can't get it to work, and then they think it's more complicated. So, you know, with everything just right, if you once you hit it and you got it just right, you don't want to keep screwing with it, you know. And I'm pretty happy with how my station works right now. I got the good tuner and the loop's working okay, and I want to replace that. I'd like to put up 4 poles or 5 poles and get it up in the air, 80 feet in the air, but yeah, it works okay for what I got. Anyway, I'm going to check out. I've got to be in early tomorrow. 73, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. KB2ZVP.
How long is your feed line, Randy?
Real quick. Echo Whiskey Mike. Stay out of the deep snow.
Like 63 feet or something.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, mine's 42. Yeah, good night, Randy. Have a good night. Say hi to Maureen for me. 73s. Have a good week.
Hey, pat that cute little bunny for me.
Yeah, she's back in her bed. She's you know, just chilling in her little bed. All right, see you guys all later. Maureen's waving at the radio. KB2ZVP.
Hey, 73s, we can reserve rooms tomorrow?
Yeah.
I got to hear back from her.
She's waiting to hear back from the lady because she doesn't work on Fridays or the weekend, obviously, so she won't. Yeah, she's got the contract that she has now has the wrong dates, so she's got to get a new contract with the right dates.
Okay, I'll wait till I hear from you. 73 WA3FPN.
Yeah, see you guys. KB2ZVP, Claire.
Good, Mike. Are you still in there?
Yes, I am.
So you all been behaving yourself down there in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania?
No, it's Mannheim. Mark is in Harrisburg. Or Heispire, actually.
Yeah, you're Manheim, Good Mike, right? But you're close to Harrisburg, right?
Yeah, I'm a Manheimian.
Does Manheim even count as a township?
It absolutely does. It even has its own zip code.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. So you're on the map.
Yes, sir. We're 30 miles southeast of Harrisburg, and I'm about 3 miles south of the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
That's not bad, man. You're right on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I remember traveling from Binghamton to the end of Pennsylvania, and I'm telling you what, it was absolutely the most boring trip I've ever taken in my life.
Which end?
I went all the way from Binghamton, New York, to all the way to Pittsburgh.
Well, that sounds like a fun trip.
I got so tired of that trip. I was real young. I actually pulled over, and I went to a diner, and I said, could you give me like a handful of lemon wedges? And so I was driving down the road, and every time I feel like I was going to fall asleep, I'd bite down on a lemon wedge, and it wake me right up again. So that's how I got all the way to the end.
And lemon wedges, huh?
Lemon wedges, it's a secret.
Well, when I was driving truck, we didn't use lemon wedges.
I don't want to ask you what you used.
That was back in the 70s.
Oh, you were driving trucks, huh?
That was one of the many things that I did in my lifetime.
Wow. So did you actually own your own rig, or?
No, I drove for a broker, and then I drove for Yellow and Roadway for a while.
Obviously, you didn't like it.
I thought I wanted to be self-employed.
And now you are.
Yeah, that's why I'm still working.
There's nothing like being self-employed, man. It's the best.
Yeah, it has its good and its bad points.
Yeah, the HR part of it's the worst. Just keeping your guys happy. Your workers are the key. Because for me especially, I don't want to have to do this physical work that I'm doing now, and I've got a couple guys working for me now, and you got to pay them a lot of money to keep them.
Well, if your one employee is your son, it has its good and its bad points also.
That is true. I did not. My son didn't work well with me, and we love each other. I just saw him today, but we've gotten a little older. I think we'd probably get along a lot better. But still, it's just I keep encouraging him to get his own business and get out from under. I know my friend is one of my best friends, but it's always difficult, when you're working for somebody.
Yeah, they always want to learn the hard way. It doesn't matter what you tell them. They have to find out the hard way, and then they finally figure out that you may have been right.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to them today, and they were saying how much they were struggling. They didn't have any money to do anything, and these guys between the both of them are making almost $100,000 a year, and they got a 2-bedroom home. I mean, I didn't say anything. I'm thinking, man, if I was making, I made that kind of money growing up, and you just got to get yourself on a budget. You gotta try to manage the bleeding, that you have when you're young, and that's a lot of money, for just 2 people with no kids.
Yeah, it is. They could buy a lot of good ham equipment.
That's true. I wish my kids were interested in amateur radio.
Maybe they'll get you a nice new Kenwood for your birthday.
Yeah, and I'll give them the 7610 as a starter.
Are you ready for Dayton?
Am I ready for Dayton? No, I am not ready for Dayton, man. I hadn't even thought about it.
Well, it'll be here before you know it.
That's absolutely true. I got to make sure that my mobile installation, the minute this weather breaks, man, I've got to get this mobile installation up and running, man. I'm going nuts.
Oh, don't you have anything right now?
Nothing. You know, since I took my antenna off, you heard that it cracked, right? It still works. It just built up with salt, and I shouldn't have been operating it. And then it created like a little varicose vein crack right down the front end of it, leading edge of it. But the thing still works perfectly. So I was going to send it in to Charlie over at HiQ, and I haven't done that yet. So I'm kind of contemplating just keeping that, maybe using that as a base antenna. The vertical version of I only have a dipole, so I'll just get a put a nice cap pad on it and then use that as a base antenna with some maybe ground radials, and then just buy a new one for the car.
So you didn't learn by someone else's mistakes either.
I did not at all.
Man, so you're as bad as the kids.
I am bad as a kid. When it comes to amateur radio, yeah, I gotta confess to that.
So your job's all finished with the college?
Yes, job's all done. It was very challenging and had to face my fear of heights, and I did it, and I got it done, and now it's just a matter of the celebration happens on Tuesday. I got to make sure that I monitor everything, make sure that everything timers come on exactly when they need to come on, and then that's it. We'll run it for a few days like that, and then I'll set it to dusk to dawn. Then I'm going to go to Florida.
Do you have another job lined up, or you're going to take a vacation for a while?
I'm going to take a few days of vacation, because this is supposed to be my downtime. But I do have many jobs lined up, one of which I'm doing in South Jersey. I got my guy doing that down in South Jersey. And then when the weather breaks, I got more work up at the college, and I've got some stuff going on at the lake. So it's going to get pretty busy. So I think I need to do something quick here before it gets impossible to do. Next thing you'll know, I'll be going to Dayton. I'll be going to Washington Island and Labor Day, and we'll be doing this all over again.
Yeah, well, you don't want to forget about Dayton. I think that Washington Island trip is not happening this year, is it?
I like to think it is. Labor Day is what we're shooting for. I'm gonna actually try to call them this week and try to get some pricing. I keep saying that I'm going to do that, but I'm going to call them this week and try to get some ballpark pricing numbers and see what the availability is on Labor Day.
Yeah, I thought that was a collective no-go for this year.
Well, I've been kind of off the grid here for the last 2 weeks, so maybe you're right. I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, honestly, I'd like to go out and look at this place.
Yeah, it does look very interesting. I think they were making some changes, though, as far as their availability of rooms and having a minimum on how long you can stay there and that kind of stuff, but I don't know if that's changed yet or not.
I mean, honestly, if I go there, it'll be like a Thursday to Sunday at least, and I'd like, I might just fly in, because they'll pick you right up at the airport, or I could just rent a car, but they'll pick you right up at the airport.
No, really? Well, how close is the airport to that place?
It's not that far. It's only like 20 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get picked up at the airport, and then you get on they'll take you out, and you get on a ferry, and you go out to the island.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to make it this year or not. Joanne just started a new job, and she's going to be doing some traveling, so I don't know how her schedule's going to go as far as vacationing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Labor Day might be it's a great day to go. I mean, it's still nice weather. even for that part of the country. And so, you could take a good, just take a day off, maybe take a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and, come back home on Monday or leave on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and come back on Tuesday,
Well, it depends. There might be a problem with availability on a holiday weekend.
That's why I want to call tomorrow to see. I'm sure if we book something now, I'm sure there's plenty of availability right now.
Well, there's only one way you're going to find out.
Exactly. So I'm going to give them a call tomorrow and see what the deal is. I've got tomorrow is an office day, so I'm making a note to do that.
So tomorrow's a radio day.
No, man, I'm going to close the radio room door and not even look at it. I'm just going to be in the office all day tomorrow.
And how far is the office from the radio room?
It's 15 feet.
And you have a lot of willpower.
I have a lot of willpower. Plus, I got a nice door I can close.
Yeah, but it also opens.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm pretty disciplined about that. Except for Sundays. Sundays, I got to make sure I get my coffee first. Every time I get in the radio room on a Sunday and I don't get my coffee, I get sucked into the black hole called amateur radio.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting myself in here in the morning. There's usually stuff to do, and today we had a brunch date with an old retired ham friend of mine. The guy's like 90 couple of years old, and he's in a retirement community here, and they have a really, really good brunch on Sundays. So every couple of weeks we go over there and have brunch with him, and then that takes up a couple of hours. So the day's sort of shot, and then I come back and was working on my truck this afternoon.
Well, that's nice that you did that. And now, is he World War II veteran?
He's a veteran of the Merchant Marines.
Wow, how about that? I met a guy down in South Jersey. He's still alive. He's 94 years old. He gets on the air once a day on 20 meters.
Yeah, unfortunately, this guy got out of it. He left his license expire when he went to the community because, of course, you can't put antennas up there. And but he has a lot of really good stories to tell.
Yeah, well, a lot of these guys that go into the assisted living area or senior communities and you can't have any antennas, a lot of those guys get on 2 meters, where they get a little handheld, and just get on 2 meters and stay connected that way.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't, but he didn't, and he seems to have lost interest. He used to be a real big ham fester, too, and we just cleaned out his storage garage here a couple of months ago. Now, most of it's in my trailer, and I got to find a home for it. But, yeah, he was a radio operator. I guess that's pretty much what he did all of his life. He was a radio operator in the Merchant Marine, so he has some really interesting stories to tell.
So what? The Merchant Marines. Okay, so what was were they like the Coast Guard? What was their mission? I can't remember.
To transport supplies.
So they were the logistics arm of the Marines?
Well, now you're asking something that I'm really not sure of, and I don't know if they were tied with the Marines or if they were tied with everybody.
That doesn't exist today, though, right?
I don't know that.
That's really cool. Well, this guy that I met in South Jersey was just in my same town, and he's really big on CW. But this guy was on the front lines. He was in the Army, and he was on the front lines doing both communications and artillery, if you can imagine that. They were moving stuff all around, and they were handling communications, and the guy never got married, doesn't have any, obviously no kids, his neighbors take care of him. You know, he has dinner over there, and you know, they just kind of surround him and make sure that everything's good. So, but he's got the old rotary phone still that just barely works. I call him up once in a while, and he always said, "Oh, I can't hear you very well because I got a rotary phone." But then after a while, we can start communicating. I just have to yell kind of loud. But, you know, I just check in on him once in a while, make sure he's still kicking.
No, this is the guy that you were going to climb up the tower?
Yes, good memory. Yep. Yes, I was. And I got about halfway up with his sketchy harness, and I said, nah, forget that. But I guess the local amateur radio club got up there and fixed a couple things for him. But still, I think he just has lost interest in amateur radio for the most part. But he has enough interest where he goes down in his basement. I've seen it. He's got an old Kenwood 520 and a Heathkit amplifier, and he's got all these old RF switches, and you know, going back and forth. I mean, stuff's like 40 years old. I mean, you know, he hasn't changed it in 40 years. I mean, that's how well this stuff was built. And, you know, he gets on the air, you know, does a little CWM 20 meters once a day, and that's it.
Well, it's nice he still keeps his hand in it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. I mean, he can do like, back when he was younger, he could do like 60 words a minute, but now he's lucky he says he can do 25. I'd have a hard time doing 25.
Well, 25's getting it done pretty well.
I find that I can transmit a lot faster than I can receive.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much usually the way it is, but all these newer radios now decode that stuff so you can just read it.
Yeah, it's a shame 7610 doesn't decode. I don't understand why they didn't decode CW and they decoded RIDI and stuff like that. So, I mean, PSK and RIDI, they decode, but not CW. I just never got that.
I don't know. I never really even looked. I thought I read someplace about it, but so it does not do CW.
No, negative. Absolutely not.
Or the 7600?
The 7600, no. Nope. And the 7300, negative. The Kenwood 590 SG did. And Ray probably has that capability on the 890, but I haven't read to see if it does it. But you can, like I downloaded an app off the App Store where all you have to do is hold your iPhone up to the speaker and it'll decode everything.
Yeah, I think you can buy those decoders for less than $100.
Yeah, well, no, I mean for free. I went down to the App Store and there was an amateur radio app that was free, and I just downloaded it, and one of the capabilities was CW decoding, and it works really well.
No, you got to have a piece of equipment.
No, just right on the iPhone.
No, but you got to have a piece of equipment. You need something else on your desk to look at.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, I would rather have it working in the 7610. I mean, they could probably solve it with a firmware update, but they just don't think it's important enough.
Hello, Mike and Mike, K3SPK.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Mike, that's a 51.
How are you, Chris?
Hey, how you doing? I just heard you on there. I thought I'd jump in there and say hello.
Is it snowing at your place?
Nope, stop. We only got about an inch.
Gee, I better go look. It was still snowing when I came up from the garage a while ago, and it was still snowing pretty well, but it wouldn't bother me if it stopped.
Well, I don't think we live in the same area, right?
Well, I don't know. What are you, 50 miles south of me?
Looks like it stopped to me. So what I missed tonight?
Not much.
I don't know. I'm sure it's nothing that you couldn't live without.
Some of it, because I was on a 2-meter net simplex we have around here, so I jumped on that. But heard y'all talking about scanners for cars. That's about what I checked out.
I was just talking about Morse code decoding, that it did not exist on the ICOM 7610. But I did download a app, a Morse pad. It's called it's by Black Cat Systems, and it's called Morse Pad. And I use it. I always use it. I don't always use it, but I use it once in a while if it gets. I'll transmit about 21 words a minute, but I find that in short conversations I'm fine, but on longer conversations I tend to lose focus and drift off, and it's hard for me to concentrate on longer, more complicated conversation. So I use, when that happens, I'll turn this on and just kind of as a backup.
Oh boy, I got up to about 20 words a minute and couldn't get over that crust for 21, so I never got my extra till after they dropped it, so I cheated. But I was okay at it, but I'm so rusty at it, I don't even feel like I would try it again.
Yeah, I can do maybe 25 words a minute, but, if I do that, then somebody's going to come back at 25 words a minute, and I just can't handle that, no way.
Well, just get yourself a computer interface. You type on the keyboard, and it'll retransmit it at whatever speed you want, and it'll decipher it. And on the screen, you just read it.
Well, yeah, it takes all the fun out of it. It's like sitting up at a blind and having apples down there at the bottom of the blind and deers come up, It takes all the sport out of it.
Yeah, that's like saying FTA's a lot of fun, too. But you just let a computer do it and stand back and watch the Q-says come in.
So, Mike, I forgot to ask you, okay, so you cleaned this guy's area. What kind of equipment did he have?
Well, it was mostly parts and pieces and not really a lot of equipment. It was, components and stuff for builders and knobs and, let's see, tubes, a lot of tubes.
But yeah, do you have any high power tubes?
No.
I actually had an opportunity to buy a Philco antique radio, those wood cabinet ones that stand up against the wall. And it was like an all-band shortwave with single sideband. I mean, I couldn't believe this thing. I saw it on Facebook Marketplace for $125, and I got sold. But this was really a nice piece of equipment, just furniture, really. And but it had like the shortwave capability to it, as well as AM and FM.
No single sideband.
No, I think it did have a little button there for amateur radio, so it did have single sideband.
This was a console, an old wood console radio?
Yes, and when he got a back view of it, it had tons of tubes in it. So it was a pretty good piece of equipment. I was going to jump on it because it was local, and it got sold.
Well, I would be surprised if it had single sideband and FM in it.
Yeah, me too, but it looked like I was zooming in on the buttons, and it looked like it had amateur radio bands in it, so you can't listen to amateur radio unless you got single sideband.
Well, back when they were made, they weren't using single sideband.
Yeah, well, lots of AM going on, and CW. But even CW requires double sideband.
Well, I'm thinking they were just made for people to sit in their living room, and back when they didn't have TV, and they would sit around the radio on Saturday night and listen to Amos and Andy and whatever else all those old shows were.
Yeah, this is I think this radio was from 1951. So I guess when you got tired of the local programming, you could tune around the world and see what was going on.
Yeah, that would look good sitting in your house.
Would have. It would match my oak floors. It was all oak cabinet. It was really in nice condition. I'm kind of kicking myself for not jumping on that. Well, gentlemen, it's 10 o'clock. I got to get going here. I'm running out of steam. I got to get up early tomorrow. So you guys have a great night. And it's a pleasure talking to you both guys. I haven't been in a while, but it's always good getting back on the air. So 73s, guys, have a good night. W2MUR.
Good night, Bad Mike, and 2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Good night. Take care.
See you, Mike. WA3FPN. What's your location? Man, when he says he's gone, he's gone.
Oh, you talking about me?
Mike.
You talking about good Mike or bad Mike?
No, I am good Mike. Usually you say your location. You didn't say it tonight.
Oh, yeah, okay, so this is W2MUR from Helen Patton, New York.
There you go.
That's right, that's my hallmark, I forgot. I think Gary said goodbye. Goodbye, Gary.
7-3s.
Have a great week. To you and your lovely wife.
Ditto.
Good night.
Hey, good, Mike.
Yes.
You going to make it to the Hamfest over here in Maryland?
At Frederick?
Not so much Frederick, the one in Howard County.
Oh, yeah, well, that's not for a month or 3 yet.
Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna probably try and make it up to that one and try and meet up with a few people.
Yeah, I'll be there. There's one in Frederick coming up in, I think, 2 weeks or something, and then I think the next one is in York.
Yeah, that's one over in Baltimore, over by the Beltway.
Which one?
York.
It's off of Route 83, probably, let's see, maybe 10 miles west of Route 83 on the west side of York.
Is that the one that took place of Timonium?
No.
Do they still have Timonium?
I'm not really sure. They may have an antique radio deal over there, but I don't know that they really have a Hamfest there anymore.
Yeah, I remember I used to go many years ago. It was like a 3-day event. It was really nice.
Yeah, I think they have some kind of conference deal over there with about the old antique broadcast stuff, but I think the one in Howard County is the next closest one then.
Yeah, it's probably the one I'd go to. Frederick one's all right. You talking about the Frederick, right down there at the Frederick Fairground?
No, it's at a firehouse. It's off of Route 15 as you're coming into Frederick.
I don't think I've ever been to that one. I remember going one to I think it was a fairground. It was sort of, I can't remember how to get there. I wasn't far off of 70. It's one of the roads you take off of 70 going to Frederick before you actually got to like 270. And it was like, they used to have a bunch of stuff there, but they had a ham fest there. Plus they used to go to car shows there.
You're talking about the one in Hagerstown?
No. The one on 70, before you get to 270, coming